2024. Heavenly Father, I bring to Thee the Honourable Madam Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, that Thou will grant them the wisdom and the understanding as they conduct the business of this Assembly in accordance with the regulations, the principles, the rules, and the orders of this Assembly to uphold with fairness and justice to all in attendance. Lord God, I bring to Thee the elected and selected men and women of this Honourable House, that in their discussions they will conduct themselves with respect for each other, in their quest to exercise and apply their servanthood principles with guidance, with prudence, with due diligence, with understanding, with compassion, with distinction, with justice, and favors toward the people of the Federation to whom they serve, putting country above self at all levels with love and with fairness. O Lord God of heaven and earth, I pray that the 2025 budget address that will be presented today will be a bountiful budget that will be of great benefit to citizens and residents of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. With your blessings, these things I ask with humbleness of heart, with thanksgiving, in our Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me with the Lord's Prayer at this time. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Madam Speaker, with your permission, may I take this opportunity to grant seasoned greetings to all at this time. Madam Speaker, to you firstly, members of this Honourable House, those in the gallery, those listening by radio, and those viewing by television and other platform media, here wishing all a peaceful Christmas and a prosperous 2024 with the blessings of the Lord of life in His will, with thanksgivings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. Just a brief housekeeping matter. Kindly place all phones and electronic devices on silent or vibrate for the duration of the proceedings so as not to interrupt the speakers as we proceed. Thank you. Next item on the order paper, please.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There is one message from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
There is one message from the Governor General. I am pleased to advise that the fiat from the Governor General has been received. A fiat is required when there is a bill which considers the expenditure of monies from the Consolidated Fund. It requires permission from the Governor General for the bill to be introduced and debated. For the record, the fiat was first written to the Honourable Minister of Finance, and it says, in pursuance of Section 43 of St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following: the Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024. It is dated the 13th day of December 2024, and signed by Her Excellency, the Governor-General, Dame Marcella Liber. That is the message from the Governor-General. Next item.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, specially invited guests, listening and viewing audience, good morning once again. I wish to officially welcome you to the 2025 Budget Address and Debates. The budget debates focus will touch and concern the expenditure and the revenue planned for the year 2025. The importance of the proceedings today and the upcoming days are informed by and take authority from Section 71 of the Constitution of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, which prescribes that the minister with responsibility for finance shall cause to be prepared and laid before the National Assembly before or not later than 60 days after the commencement of each financial year, estimates of the revenues of expenditure of the government for that financial year. In light of those instructions, Madam Clerk, might we move to the next item on the order paper?
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to present the report of the Director of Audit on the accounts for 2023 in accordance with Section 76(4) of the Constitution. Please, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise once again to place before this Honourable House the draft estimates 2025, Part 1 and 2, Madam Speaker.
Next item.
Please, Madam Speaker.
Motion for the approval of the estimates of expenditure.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the approval of the estimate of expenditure. Please, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. The question is that the estimates of expenditure be approved. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers. Personnel explanations. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to introduce this bill and have read for the first time in this Honourable House the Appropriation Bill 2025-2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2025 and ending on 31st December 2025. Otherwise known as the Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2025 Bill 2024 has been read a first time. Next item.
Public business. Bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2025-2024. Madam Speaker, before I move into the full debate of the bill, at this point in time, I would like to ask for a minute of silence for those who lost their lives in a mass casualty situation.
I'd prefer if we stand while we observe the minutes of silence. You may be seated.
Madam Clerk? Yes. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I ask once again that my presentation be introduced with a short video.
Very well, you may proceed.
In the heart of St. Nevis, the government led by Prime Minister Honourable Dr. Terrance is powering progress towards a sustainable, resilient and prosperous future for its people. Recently, Prime Minister Drew, joined by various ministers and key stakeholders, embarked on a comprehensive tour of several ongoing and upcoming developmental projects across the Federation. These projects are at the core of the government's mission to drive the growth and transformation, fueling progress with state-of-the-art infrastructure and vibrant community developments. Here's an update on some of the nation's most significant initiatives, each a step forward in powering progress for St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's begin with housing. Close to 100 new homes are currently under construction in Atlas, St. Peters and Sandy Point, all a part of this government's ambitious housing strategy. These developments focus on delivering quality, affordable housing to citizens in these communities. The homes will range from 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, providing families with a chance to own homes within their own constituency. Construction is progressing smoothly, with foundations being laid and homes expected to be completed by mid-2025. This initiative is part of the government's broader plan to address housing shortages and ensure that every citizen has a safe and sustainable place to live. Let's now turn to the much-anticipated St. Peters Road project. This major infrastructure development is progressing on schedule, bringing significant improvements to the roads in this key area. The project is set to enhance accessibility, improve road safety, and bolster the local economy.
Contractor is pushing, trying to actually get ahead of schedule, which is good. Getting this done before Christmas, and that's good. And I understand that heading up to the Clearfield area, looking at doing over the next couple of days into next week before the Christmas season. So we are very pleased with the work that is being done here. And this is from the airport roundabout all the way up to OGs.
This project is really enhancing St. Peters and transforming us into the community that we really are. A community that I call the great state of St. Peters. Very fact that this area is the largest area in terms of population outside of Bastia, and the recent census confirmed that. Knowing that, you need a road network that would be able to accommodate the number of persons who live in this community. This had been a dream of the people of St. Peter's for many, many decades, and to see it actually come to fruition is really a satisfying moment for me at this particular time.
We're excited to see this essential infrastructure project nearing its completion in the first quarter of 2025. Moving now to the heart of the community in Connery, where the long-awaited Connery Football Stadium is nearing completion.
For me, it's a pleasure to see where it is today. I remember coming to the community center to do consultations.
This stadium in Connery is really a stadium that the Connery people were asking for many, many years. And as the minister would have mentioned, after we would have had consultations, we really start to put in motion what was necessary to get the stadium to where it is. I want to ask the people of Connery to take care of the stadium. This is your stadium. Make sure it's kept in good condition. You deserve this.
This facility has been a dream for the people of Connery, a project that will provide a world-class venue for local football and community events. The stadium will provide essential facilities for both male and female football teams and is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2025. The Drew-led government is committed to investing in sports infrastructure, providing more opportunities for youth development and community pride. The government is also making strides in water security with the construction of the desalination plant at the C.A. Paul Southwell industrial site. This plant will provide up to 2 million gallons of water per day, ensuring that residents of the Bastille region and beyond have a consistent and reliable water supply 24 hours a day.
As you see behind us, work is progressing very nicely. This is a major undertaking by the government, and I want to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Leader of the Cabinet, Chairman of the Cabinet, for the overwhelming support that he has given and the Cabinet has given to the projects that we have identified that are critical in water. We expect, once everything stays on schedule as it presently is, we're expecting some very, very good news by the middle of 2025.
This project required heavy investment, about 50 million EC dollars. And the reason why we went immediately, of course, with the advice from the minister and his learned engineer. The reason why we had to do this is to make sure that we can protect water security and availability here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We understand that our wells that are dug here in the Bastille Valley, or the Bastille Valley aquifers as they are better known, are under stress and pressure because of climate change, rising sea levels, and the increased extraction are putting them at risk for saltwater intrusion. And if that happens, it means, therefore, that they would not be used as sources for potable water anymore. Therefore, this is vitally important, not just critically important, but vitally important. And therefore, we have made the necessary investment. So this is part of the reason why we are saying that we have to prioritize and invest in these type of projects so that we can protect you, the people, our beloved people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Construction is well underway, with the plant set to be operational by mid-2025. This project represents a critical step in ensuring the Federation's water security in the face of climate change and rising demand. Turning now to healthcare. JNF General Hospital is undergoing a significant transformation with the introduction of new services. The government is expanding the hospital's capabilities with the installation of a MRI facility and a CT scan set to be operational in early 2025. These state-of-the-art diagnostic tools will provide residents with cutting-edge medical services, reducing the need for overseas treatment.
We want to deliver this within the first few months of 2025 and get the services for people. This is all part and parcel of transforming healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to our people. This is in tandem with our CT scan machine, which is already on island, and that CT scan machine is going to be installed very, very shortly within the next few weeks. And and that CT scan will be just one of 4 in the whole Caribbean region.
These tools form part of the government's effort to transform healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is a critical investment in the health of our people, providing world-class imaging technology right here at home. One of the most exciting developments in healthcare is the new JNF Smart Hospital, set to begin construction in 2025. Located at West Farm, this hospital will incorporate the latest medical technology, a resilient design to withstand natural disasters, and focus on sustainability. This new hospital will be a game changer in healthcare delivery for St. Kitts and Nevis, providing a modern, efficient facility to serve the nations for generations.
I want to take this opportunity to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that this new hospital that we have embarked on is for your benefit. The idea of this is to create an institution that can deal with a number of realities that we are dealing with as a region, a country, and a world. The issue of climate change, both the acute impact and the insidious impact. When the JNF was built, of course it was not built with the idea that climate change would be such an issue. And therefore, the way it was constructed, using the materials and so forth, that was not included, and that is totally understood, because that was not an issue at that time. Right now we are dealing with the scourge of stronger hurricanes and more frequent hurricanes. We are dealing with the issues of increased temperature, and all these things would have impact on the physical infrastructure of the JNF where we're at, and it would have impact also on the staff and patients or anybody who would access it. And therefore, we want to make sure that we have a health institution that would be able to withstand all of these new realities.
This site will house the best health institution that will be found anywhere in the entirety of the Eastern Caribbean. We have already taken all of the necessary strides to improve our current institution with regards to optimizing staff and systems and protocols. And we intend to take over those things now into this site, which will be state-of-the-art infrastructure, state-of-the-art technology, state-of-the-art layout. And I would like to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for having this excellent vision and for ensuring that all of the necessary steps were taken with regards to all of the negotiations to make something like this happen. And we look forward to introducing this to the general public of St. Kitts and Nevis over the upcoming years as we unveil it stage by stage.
The groundbreaking for the new hospital will take place in the first quarter of 2025, with construction to be completed in phases. This hospital will provide hundreds of jobs and contribute significantly to the local economy. Another major educational project, the Basseterre High School, will commence construction in early 2025. The new facility will address the long-standing need for modern educational infrastructure and provide students with a state-of-the-art learning environment.
We are well on our way in 2025, the first quarter, to start actual construction after the plans would have already been approved. This is now time to start the Basseterre High. We made a promise and we are true to delivering on this promise. Many would remember the agony that we went through as a nation, especially our student population, when we had to shut down this Basseterre High School. Matter of fact, abandon it. And many videos went viral in terms of the condition, and which was very heartbreaking. But I bring good news in 2025. The Basseterre High School will be built.
We are very concerned about the students and where they are presently housed, and that is why we really take on this as a priority of the government to make sure that our students are in the best situation. I want to, of course, extend my gratitude to the minister's team, the architects, those who have been involved in constructing the school. This school construction would provide a lot of jobs for our workers in various aspects of construction, and therefore want to really encourage our people to make themselves ready to be part of this as workers and so forth. This is about providing jobs and advancing our people as well.
Construction of the Basseterre High School is expected to be completed by the end of 2025, offering students a cutting-edge educational experience.
These ongoing projects
along with many, many more, are central to the government's commitment to uplifting, advancing, and improving the lives of every resident in the Federation. Looking ahead to 2025, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis remains steadfast in powering progress, fulfilling its promises to improve infrastructure, create jobs, enhance public service, and ensure a sustainable future for all. From healthcare and education to housing and water security, these initiatives are the foundation of a stronger, more resilient Federation. Thank you for joining us today to learn about these important updates. Stay tuned as this government, led by Prime Minister the Honourable Dr. Terrance, continues to drive progress and build a brighter tomorrow for St. Kitts and Nevis, powering progress every step of the way.
Before you proceed, Honourable Member, just give me a minute. When I started these proceedings, I gave a housekeeping matter. I asked for everyone to turn their devices on silent or vibrate for the duration so as not to interrupt the proceedings. Now, before the mover presents his address, I would hope that everyone has done so by this time so as to reduce the interruptions. And for the record, I've already given the officers instructions. I am authorized to have persons removed when their phones or other devices interrupt the presenters. This is a very important week, and I want us to respect the presenters and to listen attentively. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first of all, as I stand in this honourable House with profound gratitude, I want to extend to the people of our beloved Federation, St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to thank them for their trust and support that they have placed in the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration over the last 2 years. Just 2 years, Madam Speaker. It is your confidence, the people of our beloved nation, in our leadership that fuels our determination to deliver a brighter future for all. It is a privilege to present for the third time a budget that embodies sustainability, innovation, and inclusivity. A budget designed to make life better, not only for today's citizenry, not only for today's residents, but for generations to come. This is not just a financial plan. It's a blueprint for progress, focused on building resilience, fostering inclusivity, and shaping a sustainable economy and society, and responding to our people's needs. Madam Speaker, today we continue to move confidently along the path toward realizing our vision of a stronger, more prosperous, and more united St. Kitts and Nevis. The success we have observed over the last 2 years, and I stress, Madam Speaker, it's been just 2 years, are the result of deliberate incremental steps that are creating a strong foundation for the transformation process to really take root here in our Federation. As a country, it is crystal clear to me that we are currently at a critical crossroad along our chosen path to become a sustainable island state. Let us take a quick snapshot as to where we are on this journey, Madam Speaker. Our legislative framework has been strengthened and will continue to be strengthened. Workers are earning the highest basic wage ever experienced in our Federation because of our action to increase the minimum wage, Madam Speaker, after 9 years of nothing. And our government, auxiliary workers, are more secure in their jobs with the guarantee of a gratuity, Madam Speaker, a gratuity that was reduced by 66% under the former administration. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, they now can enjoy a pension at the end of their long years of service, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll read that again. Government auxiliary employees are more secure in their jobs with the guarantee of a gratuity and pension at the end of their long years of service. First time in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Families can find support, Madam Speaker, for their critically ill children who can now access life-saving treatment. Madam Speaker, this is critical, and at this point, I want to extend my deepest condolences to DJ Woody, as he's called, and the passing of his son, Chevon, who you know was a beneficiary of Kevon, thank you, who you know, he's from Nevis. I'd never met him before, but it did not matter. He was a child in the Federation, and he needed to access financial resources for emergency care. And so we partnered to get him to Trinidad and Tobago, where they were able to perform life-saving surgeries. But as the good Lord would have it, he has passed on. And so I want to extend our deepest condolences on behalf of everyone, both government and opposition, who are here this morning. May his soul, Madam Speaker, rest in peace. But as simple as this program may seem, lots of children are alive today because of this ground-shattering program, the only one that exists in the region where all children are guaranteed that from the federal government. Madam Speaker, the issues related to our crumbling public infrastructure are being incrementally addressed. And we saw the video this morning. I want to thank the Minister of Infrastructure, who is here, member from number 3, for his support, for his leadership in ensuring that our infrastructure comes up to par and responds to the necessities of our people. Whether it be water, energy, roads, whatever it may be, I want to thank him for his tremendous work and thank the government, or the cabinet rather, for its unwavering support to make sure that these happen. Madam Speaker, we are also well on our way to arresting the water shortage issues. Madam Speaker, we are on our way to creating a housing boom with the delivery of quality smart housing solutions to hundreds of families. Madam Speaker, we are well on our way to changing the energy mix towards greater use of renewables. This is outlining a foundation being established, not just for now, Madam Speaker, but for the future. Critically important. Over the last year, we have taken the time to carefully revise our National Development Planning Framework, NDPF 2023 to 2037. And I want to thank the Minister responsible for this area, economic development, member from number 6. And we have secured grant funding from the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, to initiate our first NDPF medium-term strategy and investment plan 2025-2029. Through careful deliberation, we have successfully aligned the NDPF and the Sustainable Island State Agenda, led by our Senator, the Honourable Dr. Joy Clark. This is articulated through the identification of the key drivers of development and the linkages to advance our nation's achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our path forward is therefore clear, Madam Speaker, very clear, crystal clear. There is no confusion with it. It is loved and accepted all over the world, Madam Speaker. For the first time, St. Kitts and Nevis presented at the United Nations the voluntary national review. It was presented by the member from number 3 in 2023. First time in our history, Madam Speaker, because we were confident that we can take to the United Nations a clear plan that St. Kitts and Nevis has, and we are, of course, on track to achieving it. Madam Speaker, we strive to ensure that all our plans incorporate strong elements of innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability. Everyone must be a part of it, Madam Speaker. We must come with new ideas and new approaches. And Madam Speaker, it must be sustainable. That is why, Madam Speaker, when they were taking out the money out of Development Bank and nobody knew, that was unsustainable. $333 million in debt, Madam Speaker. That type of unsustainability is what rocks countries at the very foundation. But, Madam Speaker, there was a change in administration and the truth has become very clear. Madam Speaker, we are proud of our record. In this regard, please allow me to again highlight some good news to our people about our delivery and an important promise made. Madam Speaker, in addition to the many infrastructural projects that we see happening and continue to progress, last year, as part of my budget presentation, I announced the commitment of our administration, this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party's administration, to step up in a tangible way to our commitment to empower and build wealth for our people, Madam Speaker. It was a commitment made. It sounded like fairy tale, Madam Speaker, because it had never happened anywhere in the Western Hemisphere before. Even the opposition leader who supported the bill said, when he heard it at first, he thought, man, this is just parliamentary talk. And I want to thank him for his support. And he gave his support. He said it in here. And he supported it, and we want to thank him for that, Madam Speaker. Because it sounded like it was not possible. And we have kept our promise with the launch of the Aspire program in September of this year, Madam Speaker. Just about 3 weeks ago, this Honourable House passed the Aspire Bill into law to facilitate the proper functioning of this innovative and inclusive program that will benefit all our young people between the ages of 5 and 18 for many years to come, Madam Speaker. And so we are very pleased with the rollout of this highly impactful program. Thousands of our young people have already started to benefit with the establishment of their bank accounts and getting ready to earn their shares. By the end of last week, Madam Speaker, the program received over 4,000 applications, and about 2,000 young citizens who have gone through all the due diligence now have accounts at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank. Madam Speaker, that is how we are going to work to get rid of the scourge of poverty, Madam Speaker. This program is set up so that very early our young people can start earning, start saving, start building their economic empire, so to speak. Madam Speaker, we are also ready to roll out the education component of the program in the new year. The reception of our young people and the appearance to Aspire program has been tremendous, Madam Speaker, and very encouraging. Aspire is a perfect example of our focus on innovation and inclusivity, which is critical to sustainable wealth creation, a key element of our sustainable island state agenda. Madam Speaker, I must reinforce the point here that we are determined to give a death blow to poverty in this country. Madam Speaker, we are determined to give a death blow to poverty in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we want to get rid of poverty, we have to educate our people. And that is why the Aspire program has accompanied with it an education aspect which is fundamental and will be introduced into the schools in 2025, Madam Speaker. Many of our people don't know anything about money. Nobody taught us anything about money. Sometimes we are told that money is the root of all evil. But a good pastor told me it is the love of money which is the root of all evil. the love, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we must not have in our heads all the time that it's easier for a camel to go to the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. We must have the proper interpretation of these things, Madam Speaker. And that is why it is critically important. A sad statistic is 1 in 25 persons in the OECS has shares or bonds anywhere. So it means, therefore, that the rest of us are depending only on salary for income, are depending only on salary to establish our financial empire, so to speak. And that alone, in many instances, Madam Speaker, will not suffice. So if we are serious about getting rid of poverty, we can't be using names just for political, expedient reasons, Madam Speaker. And say poverty this and poverty that and poverty that. Well, if you really want to get rid of poverty, give people financial resources, give them education and an opportunity to build their financial empire. Madam Speaker, anything short of this is lip service. Anything short of this is, as they say, mamagayin people. Anything short of this will not create the foundation that we seek to get rid of poverty in any country. Madam Speaker, we don't have resources like other countries. We don't have gold. We don't have oil. We don't have natural gas. We have more sea than land, and we don't use the sea fully to our advantage. There are other countries that benefit more from our marine resource than we do, Madam Speaker. So we have to find ways of how we can build wealth for our people, Madam Speaker. That's how we get rid of poverty. And so I want to say that every young person between 5 and 18 should sign up. I'm asking the parents to sign up their children. I want to thank all those who have been a part of this program publicly. We have had multiple persons who were involved and institutions, and the institutions were like the central bank, institutions, for example, organizations such as Bankers Association, Credit Union Association, the Ministry of Finance. It was led, of course, by the CAPSEC and our other financial experts around, Madam Speaker, and the Ministry of Education. I would say, Madam Speaker, that this was well thought out. This was not a fly-by-night. And it was backed by legislation that was passed right in this Honourable House. So, Madam Speaker, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to touch it. You just can't come in and touch it. You're going to have to come to this house and explain to the people why you would touch it. I will say, improve it. Improve it, you can. But to take it away from the people would not accept that. So, Madam Speaker, as we look towards 2025 and the medium term, we recognize that we would have had to accelerate the pace, or we have to accelerate the pace of implementing the Sustainable Island State Agenda in order to capitalize on the existing and emerging opportunities for growth and development of our Twin Island Federation. There's a lot of work to be done, and it is a foregone conclusion that the government cannot achieve the Sustainable Island State Agenda or attain the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, alone. The government can never do it alone. These undertakings require a whole-of-society approach propelled by the meaningful contribution of the private sector, academia, civil society. In other words, all of us are needed, Madam Speaker. We believe that our consultative approach has resulted in collective buy-in to the goal of transforming St. Kitts and Nevis as a sustainable island state. We have planted the seed. Our sustainable economic expansion and diversification pillars seed, and now we must nurture them to bear fruits over the medium term of the prosperity of future generations and even the generations of today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to consider some pertinent aspects of the international and regional economies. Madam Speaker, in terms of the global economic movements that are important for us to monitor, we are guided by the information provided by the International Monetary Fund. The October 2024 edition of the World Economic Outlook projected that global economic output will fall slightly from 3.3% in 2023 to 3.2% in both 2024 and 2025. Notwithstanding the global average, there is a large variance in output across various regions of the world, with output moving closer to potential of many regions. Growth for advanced economies is projected to increase marginally from 1.7% in 2023 to 1.8% in 2024 and 2025. Growth in the United States, our largest trading partner, is projected to remain relatively steady at 2.8% in 2024, sustained by strong outturns in consumption and non-residential investments. Madam Speaker, in the United Kingdom, for example, growth is expected to reach 1.1% in 2024 and 1.5% in 2025 as falling inflation and interest rates stimulate domestic demand. Growth in the emerging market and developing economies is expected to decline, but remain generally stable in both 2024 and 2025. Madam Speaker, the prospects for the region economy are also positive. The expansion of economic activity in the ECCU is expected to be sustained in 2024 and 2025, bolstered by construction and tourism-related activities. As stay-over arrivals return to pre-pandemic levels, inflationary pressures should continue to recede across the ECCU, but we can be impacted by unforeseen international geopolitical developments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is critically important, where we look at what is happening internationally and regionally. In the region, tourism is the main driver for economic growth. Of all the countries in the Eastern Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis was lagging behind. Lagging behind, Madam Speaker, for no other reason other than a self-inflicted wound. Madam Speaker, self-inflicted for political reasons, Madam Speaker. Because back in 2022, we were the last to remove COVID restrictions in the Eastern Caribbean. And as a result of that, we had the worst rebound in tourism, in the tourism sector. I want us to put that in perspective. So if the economy is going to be driven by tourism and construction, and we suffered a self-inflicted wound because of political expediency, where we were continuing restrictions on our people, unnecessarily abusing their human rights, resulting in the worst rebound of tourism, what do we expect? What do we expect, Madam Speaker? So we had the worst recovery as a result. So by the time you came to the season of 2022, all the other countries were booked out. They were seeing, I would say, record numbers. Go and check the stats. And St. Kitts and Nevis in 2022, by the time we opened on the 6th of August, that 7th of August, that fateful Sunday evening at Marriott, when I asked the COVID task force to remove all restrictions, because those restrictions should have been removed since May, between March and May of 2022. That affected us tremendously, Madam Speaker. However, we were able to get back into the game, and I will deal more with it as we move along, and the Minister of Tourism will speak. Madam Speaker, the other thing that is driving the Eastern Caribbean development are infrastructural projects, Madam Speaker. Again, St. Kitts and Nevis had no large infrastructural project underway. That made sense. None. Or one. Let me go back over that. One that was very much controversial, Madam Speaker. That's the prison. Our only infrastructural project that we met in 2022, that was supposed to drive the economy was a prison project, Madam Speaker, nothing else. And let me say here that to get these major infrastructural projects off the ground, they take about 1.5 to 2 years. You have to plan, draw plannings, do EIA, send to the board, approval here, approval there, get the financing, make sure the financing is clean. All these things you have to do in order to get an infrastructural, major infrastructural project off the ground. That is why we say that our year of real recovery is 2025, Madam Speaker. That is when our tourism would return fully, and that is when our infrastructural projects, as we saw in the video presented before I began to speak, would be fully realized, Madam Speaker, in the sense that they would be fully on their way. So, Madam Speaker, those two things to keep in mind. And so our economy, the worst strategic economic plan that I think this country would have seen, Madam Speaker, was when we crippled tourism, we crippled infrastructural development and construction, and depended heavily on the CBI program. Almost 70%, Madam Speaker. Who plans an economy like that? That is why we are going through a transition, Madam Speaker, because we now have to go from that to seed a diversified economy to achieve what we seek to achieve here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, it was a dark day, a terrible day, when you inherit a system that is based on one program, a program where you don't have all of the control. Construction and major projects not being pursued how they should be. Tourism crippled because people were seeking to be re-elected. And then the plan was, just jump on the bandwagon of the CBI. Don't care about anything else. And you think that the goose that laid the golden egg will keep on laying. Madam Speaker, that is why we need time for transition. This is what our people must take on board, Madam Speaker, and that is why we are sharing it. So, Madam Speaker, according to Statistics Department, Ministry of Sustainable Development, the national economy will grow to $2.4 billion this year, Madam Speaker. This growth is supported by expansion in the hotel and restaurant and the transport, storage, and communication sectors. The increase in the hotel and restaurant sector can definitely be attributed to the growth in tourism arrivals. Madam Speaker, the influx of visitors in 2024 resulted in an upturn in visitor arrivals of 26%, just about 14,000 passengers shy of the pre-pandemic figure, Madam Speaker. But given the projected medium-term growth of 3% per annum, arrivals are expected or estimated to surpass this level in this coming year, Madam Speaker. We will have the highest number of arrivals to St. Kitts and Nevis, and I'm talking about, of course, at the airport in 2025. The performance of this sector was positively influenced by the increase in airlift to the Federation, Madam Speaker. This has been a strategy, and I want to thank the Minister of Tourism, member from number 2, for her tremendous work in this area. Madam Speaker, on taking office, the Minister and I had to sit with cruise lines, the executives and leadership, to apologize in the first instance. To apologize because how they were treated during the COVID time, Madam Speaker. People cried, Madam Speaker, said that they were out on sea and could not come off the ships because St. Kitts was the only place that they couldn't disembark. Their mental health, their physical health affected, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that, they were thinking not to come back to St. Kitts again because they wanted to know what type of people we were. Madam Speaker, we sat and spoke to them. Tell them this is a new administration. New people. Caring people. Do not punish the whole of St. Kitts and Nevis because of a few political actors who had their best interests and not the people's interests at heart, Madam Speaker. It was a hard discussion. As a medical doctor, it was hard. Because while we are talking, I could hear their voices basically saying, why not St. Kitts and Nevis again? The minister had to travel multiple times to convince them to come back to St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't give up on St. Kitts and Nevis. And then you see them out there talking about, at the beginning of the cruise here, one ship came in, or one ship. Well, look how much ships down there today, Madam Speaker. 6 ships down there. You can't find space down there. Go down there, Madam Speaker. Taxi man go run 10 times. Truck going this way, that going that way, Madam Speaker. 6 ships in harbor today, Madam Speaker. 6. Tremendous. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, we, of course, have the icon of the seas that come here to St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Twice this month, Madam Speaker. Wow. 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 We gone from 0, Madam Speaker, to back to the top. Just recently, the minister and I traveled to Florida, to Miami, because they wanted to meet. And they're saying that we want to do more business with St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. More business. And so that is why we know for sure that our tourism product is growing and growing very strongly, Madam Speaker. We are now rebounding, Madam Speaker, because they have met us. They trust us. They recognize that we are true partners. And so they want to invest with us in the tourism sector. And so I want to thank them, Madam Speaker. That is why we are seeing the growth. Madam Speaker, with respect to arrivals, we decided, and the Minister of Tourism brought, of course, to the cabinet. We need more flights out of the United States of America. Hence, JetBlue made its inaugural flight to St. Kitts and Nevis. That is why we are going to hit a record number of arrivals in 2025. Madam Speaker, we went for other regional airlines. Inter-Caribbean, Madam Speaker. Caribbean Airlines. Sunrise. And lately, we brought that one from St. Martin. Cape Air, which has connection, from St. Thomas, which has connection with flights from the United States of America. Madam Speaker, so we have invested significantly in our airlift, which is positively affecting arrivals here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this is a strategy because we have to strengthen this sector. We have to diversify it. We cannot depend on CBI alone. It is an economic death wish, Madam Speaker. It was bad policy. That policy got us in all kinds of things that we're trying to wrangle ourselves out of, Madam Speaker. Why is it I, as a Prime Minister, have to sit in front a cruise executive and tell him St. Kitts people are good people? He's supposed to know that. But it's because how he was treated. How they were treated. They asked about who are we as a people? Who are we as a people is the question that was asked. As far as I know, we are caring people, a compassionate people, a loving people, a welcoming people. So, that leadership at that time that treated them like that is not a reflection of who we are as a people. Madam Speaker. And so we were able to convince them. And when the cruise ships come, Nevis as well benefit because they like to go to Nevis. They had calls in Nevis as well. Remember we talk with that cruise line where they have direct calls to Nevis? And they will go over to Nevis and they will say they have, what that drink on the beach name? The Killer Bee. The Killer Bee. That's why I can't remember the name. The Killer Bee, Madam Speaker. They like the Killer Bee at Sunshine. So, Madam Speaker, this is what we did to increase airlift. The other thing that we did is that St. Kitts and Nevis hosted a number of critical international meetings or conferences, Madam Speaker, for the first time in its history. For example, international businesswomen, first time in history in the Caribbean or the OECS, Madam Speaker. They came from all over the world because they could not go to Argentina because of issues there. They came here to St. Kitts and Nevis. 72 nations, Madam Speaker, in the hundreds, and they enjoyed it. The longest Congo line I ever seen in life when they were dancing at the Governor General's residence. The longest Congo line I ever seen in my life. That's the people who we are. That has led to arrivals and stays, Madam Speaker. And that is just one. We also hosted the Sedema conference. First time in the OECS, Madam Speaker. First time in the OECS. That's the type of confidence that they have in us. 350 persons, Madam Speaker, 50 countries here for that. Stays that contributed to this significant increase. Madam Speaker, the increase in the importation of goods is also an important signal of ongoing recovery in the economy. On the services account, travel rose by 25.3%, mainly influenced by the increase in stay-over arrivals of 17.9%. In line with the increase in stay-over arrivals, total visitor expenditure grew by 12.4%, moving to $107 million as of June 2024, Madam Speaker. The increase in stay-over visitors confirms that the tourism sector is regaining its footing. The rise in the transport, storage, and communication sectors correlates with the developments in tourism, Madam Speaker. So positive growth was observed across all subcategories, with air transport increasing by 26% in alignment with rising passenger arrivals. Sea transport grew by 4.8%, attributable to enhanced cargo throughput and cruise passenger arrivals, and road transport expanding by 3.6%, driven by heightened demand for taxi and tour services, Madam Speaker. So sometimes you see some of them talking about, oh, ships in, but taxi ain't working. Madam Speaker, we have the numbers here. One day I was traveling from the Republic of Constituency number 6, coming along to Bastille, and the amount of safaris passed me, as we say in local parlance. And the amount, can't count them, Madam Speaker. They just passing one after the other. And I said, let me call a taxi man. He said, boy, things good. I can't talk right now. Moving with his passengers, Madam Speaker. Can't talk now. Taking his clients, of course, down. One day, Madam Speaker, I was driving up to the residence. I see a lot of tourists jumping out of vehicle and so forth. The gentleman who is doing business with them, he looks very busy. He stopped me, I jump out, stop, and I greeted the tourists, Madam Speaker. They said they love St. Kitts and they're coming back, Madam Speaker. I say that because here is an ordinary man benefiting from the cruise industry, Madam Speaker. So when they're out there talking about all kind of cruise ship, but nothing, come on. 6 cruise ships today and you're criticizing that? There's some things in politics you leave alone. If you ain't got something positive to say about a positive development, leave it alone. And Madam Speaker, all I want to say is that is an example of how the cruise industry is benefiting the ordinary man. Is there more work to be done? Yes, Madam Speaker, and the Minister of Tourism will speak to it, because we are seeking how we can get insurance so that the small operators can compete on board. That is how far we are taking it, Madam Speaker. Because we want all of our people to benefit down to the small man in the communities, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the full potential for economic expansion was somewhat dampened by modest declines observed in some of the traditional dominant sectors of the economy, which I'll talk about. Some of these including the construction sector, for example, Madam Speaker. In the construction sector, delays in the start of key investment projects due to administrative and technical challenges contributed to this outcome. Madam Speaker? Sorry. Madam Speaker, let me spend a little time on this one. That is why in 2025, this is not going to be a problem, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, we are asking, would we have enough workers in St. Kitts and Nevis for the number of construction workers that will be needed? For example, we'll be constructing our smart hospital, and at this point I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for its partnership and its overseas company, OECC, for partnering with us on this one, Madam Speaker. Critically important. That will take a few years, 2.5 to 3 years, and we need hundreds of workers, Madam Speaker. Long-term construction jobs. That is why we say we are now, in 2025, going to realize the rebound, the true rebound of the construction sector. Madam Speaker, however, with these challenges have been largely resolved. And we are now poised to fully implement our planned projects with renewed momentum. Indeed, work on several high-value public sector investment projects commenced in the latter part of this year, setting the stage for a strong and sustained growth trajectory in 2025. Among these are transformative initiatives, such as our flagship Smart Housing Project, which redefines affordable, sustainable living. The construction, that's one, Madam Speaker, and we saw the video where we saw that. The other one is the construction of vital road networks across St. Kitts to enhance connectivity and accessibility. And the landmark Bastia desalination plant, which you saw here, Madam Speaker. This desalination plant, the largest in our nation's history, will deliver an impressive 2 million gallons of potable water daily, addressing a critical need and ensuring resilience in our water supply. These projects embody the spirit of innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability that drives our national agenda and positions us for a brighter, more prosperous future, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look at here. I remember when the minister, member from number 3, leader of government business, spoke about it. People thought again that this was fairy tale. How can St. Kitts build a 2 million gallon desalination plant, a public desalination plant? We have no public desalination plants, Madam Speaker. We have private ones, such as what is at the Marriott and so forth. But this desalination plant is critical, Madam Speaker. We had to take $50 million from our consolidated fund. And I would like to thank the people with the Republic of China, Taiwan, for partnering with us on this as well. They're our development partners. Madam Speaker, just think about it for a moment. We can run out of water here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It is a serious threat, Madam Speaker. As the video said, that our underground water supplies, mainly from the Bastia Valley aquifers, are under threat. Under threat from climate change, Madam Speaker, because of the rising sea levels that threaten to infiltrate these aquifers, Madam Speaker. And if salt water gets into these aquifers, we are in trouble. And that is why we are rushing, Madam Speaker, And that is why we say we had to make the priority of taking $50 million and making it available so that St. Kitts and Nevis does not run out of water, Madam Speaker. It will be a catastrophe, a calamity. Something that the Bible speaks about, Madam Speaker. The apocalypse. Madam Speaker, that's how serious this is.
And this could have been done a long time ago.
And this could have been done long time ago, Madam Speaker.
And they said they had surplus after surplus.
Surplus after surplus and no water. Can't get a glass of water and surplus after surplus. The size. Madam Speaker, it's a serious matter. You cannot put your country at risk of running out of water, Madam Speaker.
No investment whatsoever.
No investment at all in water.
Zero.
And we had to take $50 million. We had to prioritize, Madam Speaker. I wish that money was available for other things. But water is life. Water comes first.
And every drop counts.
And every drop counts. Madam Speaker, that's how serious the matter is. When the minister came to cabinet and he brought his report from his engineers and he said, we need this now, otherwise we can run out of water. Well, how are we going to find $50 million, Madam Speaker? How are we going to find $50 million? Think about you in your own home. If you were told you're running out of water, you'll forego the ribs. I don't eat ribs. You'll forego the lobster and lamb because you will say, I have to prioritize. I need water. Because people need water for various things. Madam Speaker, and you're talking about surplus after surplus. I can have surplus after surplus if I refuse, like you, to invest in water. But then what would I tell the world? What would I tell the people? That I was boasting of surplus after surplus? And this after this? And the people have no water?
No good energy. No infrastructure.
Can you imagine that? I want our people to pause a moment and ponder what it would mean if we continue to extract how many millions of gallons per day, Minister?
Out of the aquifer, 2 million.
2 million per day. That is unsustainable. That is why we said to the world that the climate change is beating us, and that is why we need climate justice. And that is why I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, that is demonstrating to the world that they're stepping up to the plate to help the world with respect to dealing with the adaptation. This is why we say we can't pay for climate change, Madam Speaker. This is fundamentally an issue of climate change. Reduce rainfall, increase or the rise of sea levels, infiltration of our underground aquifers.
Hotter days, more evaporation.
All of that taking place. The world temperature, Madam Speaker, is now registered above 1.5 above what they consider to be a safer level. All of that, all of these things are affecting us here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, that is why we had to prioritize. Where are we going to put that $50 million? Give our people water or consider other things? That is why it is wrong, Madam Speaker. And I'm passionate about this, especially when the minister presents the numbers. I know one or two things about science. And I understand. He understands 10 and 20 things. I understand one or two. But the one or two things that I understand, those things frightened me, Madam Speaker, that St. Kitts and Nevis could run out of water. Madam Speaker, talk to the people in Keon. There's a lady by the name of Julie Williams from Lower Keon, Madam Speaker. Living in Keon all these years. Can you imagine Julie go out to work and come home and can't get a bath? And a well was supposed to be dug in Keon. And the representative over there did not ensure that that well was done. telling you. I'm telling you.
You were sleeping, I understood.
Huh? And surplus after surplus after surplus. Madam Speaker, look at the screen. Look at how the people clapping. Oh, look, Julie there. Look how she's smiling. Hey, Miss Shiverton, look there. Huh? Happy. The persons who work in the department are so pleased, Madam Speaker. Look at the faces of the youth from the Keon High School, the youth from the Keon Primary School. Some people in their labor shirt, Madam Speaker, as I can see on the screen as well, Madam Speaker. And look at Claudette, Madam Speaker, feeling so pleased. And the water is not just for one group of people, the water is for all the people in Keon, Madam Speaker.
Are we going to do the same thing in Sembars and Date Bay?
Madam Speaker, is a plan. Look at this, Madam Speaker. This is a proud moment. This and the water could have been found. A would-be politician is out there saying, he's out there saying that on his, he put his head on a block that they would not find water in Keon. He put his head on the block yet? Because they did not want to find water in Keon, Madam Speaker. They wanted us to fail. Can you imagine they did not want us to succeed for the people of Keon? Madam Speaker, these are the basic things that we have to prioritize on. People would say, but water, that's supposed to be there. This, that's supposed to be there. And I want to thank the minister and his team for their tremendous work in delivering water for the people, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have extended all of this to make sure that water will be available for our people. That's a powerful picture, Madam Speaker. But look at the children.
They had a problem in the med cups, I understand.
Okay. Look at the children, Madam Speaker.
Too much oil.
Oh, so that was the reason. Look at them, Madam Speaker. This was done for them. When I see the children, this is so impactful, Madam Speaker. When I see the seniors of the community, this is so impactful, Madam Speaker. And it seemed like there's a lady there wearing a shirt called Better with Labor. I'm not saying it so good. I think that's what he's saying, Better with Labor. She has water. So, Madam Speaker, the point is a serious point.
Coming around the country as well.
And we are going around the country because we just flew a drone that the minister will speak about to identify where water is. So we are coming to you. We're going to do desalination, we're going to drill, we're going to do all sorts of things because the country must return to 24/7 water. And I want to say to our people, please conserve it. Treat it well. Don't waste it. Because every drop counts and water is life. Madam Speaker, according to the IMF, as I now turn to inflation, the global battle against inflation has largely been won. Nationally, after a 3-year spike in prices, Madam Speaker, inflation has finally returned to the normal levels at about 1.5%, which is projected for 2024. The decline in the inflation rate is primarily due to a decrease in the average price increases of food and beverages, along with some reductions in prices with the services category when compared to 2023 levels. Some upward movement in prices within the non-food commodities category were also observed. The increases in the general price level can be attributed to, Madam Speaker, to imported inflation and the ripple effects of exogenous factors, notably the continuing geopolitical tensions and war in Europe and the Middle East. Madam Speaker, I feel it for the people of our country. Imagine you're going in there today, Madam Speaker, and you're going to buy, let's say, a pack of rice. The pack of rice might cost $3. You go back in there, Madam Speaker, it gone up to $3.25. You go back again, it gone up to how much? 7. All sorts of things, Madam Speaker. Up to 7. Madam Speaker, this inflation is a serious matter.
And it's imported.
It's an imported inflation. We are buying those goods more expensive, at a higher price rather, from the country from whence we import them. That is driving the inflation, Madam Speaker. It's an imported inflation. And this government has responded to deal with the inflation, Madam Speaker. No country in the Caribbean has responded like this government. None. And it's not that we are boastful, but we have responded to help our people. The challenges are still there, Madam Speaker. But we are focused to see how can we help our people through this international crisis, Madam Speaker. It's an international crisis that's affecting all the countries across the world, Madam Speaker. And as a result, this is having political overturns and ramifications because people are exploiting the fact that there is inflation. And when you ask them what your plan is to bring down the inflation, they ain't gonna plan, Madam Speaker. But they know that people are hurting from the inflation, Madam Speaker. And we can just not pay attention to it. And that is why I called the CAPSEC and asked the CAPSEC to put together a task force dedicated to deal with issues of the cost of living, Madam Speaker. Because this is a serious matter. Inflation is a serious matter. Prices going up too much. But I'm happy to report that they're now stabilizing. But the sad thing is, Madam Speaker, they go up. They stabilize, but then now come back down. That is the problem. And much of this is not because we are doing anything to increase the prices, it's because we are importing the prices. So let's say you buy a box of Kellogg's cornflakes. You buy it in the United States of America at a particular price, and it comes in to St. Kitts and Nevis, and that price increase is passed on to the consumer. Very little we can do about that specific, because that price increased where it was manufactured or ordered from. That's what we call imported inflation, Madam Speaker. The whole world is being affected by it, including St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Madam Speaker, the relentless rising global prices for imported goods and shipping services, that has undoubtedly impacted economies everywhere, including right here in our federation. Yet, even amid these challenges, we can take comfort in seeing prices beginning to stabilize, offering our citizens an opportunity to adjust to this evolving new normal, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these geopolitical matters, which we don't even participate in, this is how these things affect us. That is why we need a sustainable island state, Madam Speaker, so that we don't depend so heavily on imported food and other things, Madam Speaker. But what must be underscored is that our government did not waver in its commitment to shield our people from the worst effects of these global pressures. While, Madam Speaker, my last budget address signaled an intention to phase out COVID-19 relief measures, we made the deliberate decision to sustain them throughout 2024, recognizing the continued hardship faced by our citizens. And so over the past year, we carried an extraordinary financial burden to protect our people from the rising cost of living. Madam Speaker, that must be noted. We shielded our people as much as we could shield our people, and we are looking for new ways to shield our people, Madam Speaker. So over the past year, we carried an extraordinary financial burden, as mentioned before. These efforts came at a significant cost to the government, Madam Speaker, but they represent a resolute investment in the well-being of our citizens. To put this into perspective, Madam Speaker, I'll give you some numbers. $63.5 million. I think I need to say that again. $63.5 million was expended to support the St. Kitts Electricity Company, SCELEC, with $54.8 million specifically allocated to subsidizing the fuel variation charge, ensuring that households and many businesses could continue to access electricity without insurmountable costs. Madam Speaker, listen to that number. We gave that to the people, and I said to the Minister of Energy, every bill should say, this is from the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, because it is taken for granted that we have invested $63.5 million, Madam Speaker, to keep electricity costs down so that our people would benefit. That is shielding our people from inflation. If we pass that on to our people, imagine what the electricity cost would be. And there are people out there, Madam Speaker, saying all sorts of things. We had said to businesses that we would give them help. So we also paid the FBC for businesses. But once the economy would have recovered, we'll have to start in phases to bring that back to where it was. Because if a government is going to have to pay this for energy all the time, it is unsustainable. But we did it to protect our people, and we continue to pay the FBC for domestic households. Madam Speaker, for households. Madam Speaker, we provided subsidies on fuel at the pump at a cost of $8.6 million. When the gas prices shoot up, Madam Speaker, we helped, Madam Speaker, so that when you go to the pump, your cost would not go up to $18 and $19 and $20, Madam Speaker. That would have been the cost, $17, $18, $19, if we had not invested to protect the price or the prices at the pump, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, LPG, or the cooking gas, at a cost of $12 million, because we did not want the cost for cooking gas to go up. Madam Speaker, add these numbers, asking our people to add these numbers. 63 million plus 8.6 million plus $12 million, Madam Speaker. This has nothing to do with the social programs. Everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis enjoy the prices they enjoy because we protected our people. And then people look at those numbers, and then people want to say that this government has not done anything for the ordinary man of St. Kitts and Nevis. Look at these numbers. Our people are our priority, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and beyond these critical interventions, we have maintained one of the most robust social safety net system in our history. Madam Speaker, all this is protecting our people. On top of that, we have a social safety net system to protect our people more. Madam Speaker, we have spent $58.1 million on the LIFT program, Madam Speaker. Food vouchers, social welfare, school meals, school uniforms, and subventions to early childhood centers, Madam Speaker. This has nothing to do with all of the numbers I just mentioned up there. So if you do a quick calculation, 12 plus 8 is around 20, plus 63 is how much? 83. Plus 58. Madam Speaker, so that's about $84 million. Plus $58 million is how much? $130 plus million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what about the skills training empowerment program STEP that receive $124 million? Add it there for me, please. 130-something million plus $124 million, Madam Speaker. Providing countless citizens with opportunities for self-reliance and growth. How much is it? 265. Over $250 million.
That the public did not have to.
That the public did not, that just for the people, the ordinary people especially. Over $250 million, Madam Speaker. Shocking numbers. And then the Elevate program, which we had to start to make a very solid program. And at this point, I want to say, for the first time, that program that was transitioned had 3 young people graduated from AVEC. 1 in construction and 2 in business. That is what we want for our people, Madam Speaker. We're sending them back to get certification so they can build their lives, Madam Speaker. We believe in helping, but we believe in helping you to help yourself to fish. We give you support, and then we attach you to a program. So when you get your certification, you can have all sorts of opportunities and having a chance to build your life, Madam Speaker. So I'm very proud that the program that used to be called the Peace Program is now the Elevate, has for the first time had members who graduated from a recognized education institution here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That's a big achievement. And Madam Speaker, might I say that we are going to introduce a new renewable energy program that I'll speak about, and we are already registering persons from Elevate to become certified in solar panel technology and to be certified also in how to deal with EV vehicles, electric vehicles. We have the vehicles and we have the solar lab. So more certification, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we have also set up through the Elevate program, a program, Prison to Work. And I want to thank the Honourable Minister who is responsible for the STEP program. You're coming out of prison, you are guaranteed work as part of your transition back into society, as part of your rehabilitation program. Because too often people leave prison and then they end up on the road and nobody really want to hire in this society. They too must be given a chance. Well, if they don't spend the time in jail, why not give them a chance to reintegrate into the society from whence they came? That is why, Madam Speaker, we are investing in our young people. Their lives matter. That is why when I see people like to make fun about some sort of shooting take place, and you see this online fake page making fun and look happy. We did a 90-day campaign, and the shootings dropped significantly, more than 66%. The largest drop in the region over a quarter. And instead of them celebrating it, they want to criticize that. It means when it drops 66%, people who might have been dead are alive. Don't you want to celebrate life? Why is this fake page called Times Caribbean propagating all this negativity about St. Kitts and Nevis? Well, you said the gentleman named member from number 6?
Walrus.
Walrus? Or Walters? Walters, Walrus.
Didn't call it in me.
Madam Speaker, I move on.
I think Walrus is fine, not Walters.
Okay. Walrus, didn't you see?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Madam Speaker, speaking badly of the program, why aren't they happy? Why aren't they happy? Madam Speaker, when I was in opposition, I said, I will never make politics out of crime. As a matter of fact, when I was in opposition, I said, why don't we come together to save lives and transform lives? Madam Speaker, I started a foundation with other persons who work hard. I see persons here who are part of that foundation, Madam Speaker, to address social issues, to be a part of the solution and not the problem, Madam Speaker. Fake news, spreading all kind of bad news about St. Kitts and Nevis instead of celebrating the successes and the conservation of precious life. Madam Speaker, that's why we call everybody together. And I want to thank them for coming, because I'm not going to play politics with it in that way. I'm just upset that people would criticize success when lives are saved. And we'll continue to do what we have to do to save lives, because every life is precious. Madam Speaker, I'm a doctor by profession. Every life is precious. We have to work hard to preserve every life. And that is why it's critically important that we give people real opportunities to build better lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past 2 years, this government has invested a staggering $320 million in these essential subsidies and social programs. $320 million, Madam Speaker. Think about it. A staggering figure protecting our people from the hurricane of inflation that's out there. Building a shield around them. Some wind can get in here and there, Madam Speaker. You know, chop a tree here, blow down a house there. But the hurricane can't get in, Madam Speaker. Because we are protecting our people with a shield. $320 million. That's why me could sleep good at night time, Madam Speaker. I go sleep early and get up early, they know me. Because we have invested in our people. We have invested in them even before they are born, Madam Speaker. We have invested in our people even before they are born. In addition to the Consumer Affairs Department, Madam Speaker, which has also made efforts to ensure that the price control mechanisms for essential commodities are operating to help to mitigate the impact of inflation within our jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. All of this in addition to that. So as we move forward, our government will continue to prioritize the needs of our people by designing responsive policies to address increases in price levels, safeguard their purchasing power, and secure an acceptable standard of living. Madam Speaker, as we continue to observe this situation, we will also review markups and our monitoring and control mechanisms to ensure that the best prices are provided to the consumer, while at the same time safeguarding the profit margins of private enterprise, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, we are currently rebasing the basket of goods and services used to estimate the consumer price index. The last revision was done in 2010, some 14 years ago. The consumer market has changed significantly over the past 14 years, and as such, Madam Speaker, the basket of goods and services will be revised to 2025 price levels to reflect current consumer spending patterns. This revision will also provide a more accurate base to inform important public policies. Madam Speaker, we are going to hit this from a policy standpoint as well. That is why we have asked the Cabinet Secretary to be the chair of the task force to deal with issues of cost of living. This would be a mainstay because we care about our people, Madam Speaker. And the research is important, the data is important to inform effective data-driven policies. That is what we want to do, Madam Speaker, protecting our people. And Madam Speaker, I want to say $320 million to protect our people is nothing to sneeze at for a small country like this. When you look at the percentage of it, I can tell you the only countries that might rival this number are countries maybe in Western Europe as a bloc. Protecting our people, Madam Speaker. So when we hear them talk all kind of things and all kind of things, these are the facts, Madam Speaker. It's easy to jump on a mic and say all sorts of things. As our first national hero used to say, they just talk. When you ask them for a solution, they ain't got none. That is the problem with some people, Madam Speaker. They will talk, ask for a solution. There's none. And people seeking to use the international inflation crisis to suggest that this government is not looking out for people, and we have spent $320 million to safeguard our people. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, we had to put the $50 million for water. In addition to that, we had to spend how much for the temporary supply for energy? Around $10 million, Madam Speaker, that we brought in here at Nismas. Water and energy. At least $60 million plus the $320 million. 60 plus 320 is $380 million. Plus roads, Madam Speaker. 30 million. Well over 400 million, reaching $500 million. So that our people can have the basics, Madam Speaker, the basics of this country, of St. Kitts. Specifically, the basics were neglected. Water was neglected. Energy was neglected. Roads neglected. Healthcare neglected. And you can go down and down the line, Madam Speaker. Infrastructural projects rejected. Tourism as well. And so, Madam Speaker, what we are seeking to do is to reestablish the foundation of this country. Madam Speaker, even the banks were affected. Development Bank, $333 million in debt. And the country does not know that. And people going around talking about surplus after surplus after surplus, Madam Speaker. Nonsense. Surplus after surplus after surplus. And the Development Bank, $333 million in debt, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to share something here because I want to get this right so that people can understand the connection, Madam Speaker, between that policy and exactly what that would have resulted in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, up to July 2024, Development Bank outstanding debt to Social Security was $134 million, Madam Speaker. Development Bank debt to Social Security up to July 2024 was $134 million. Madam Speaker, due to the fact that Development Bank financial difficulties, due to this, the bank was not paying the loan according to the terms of the agreement, and the loan was in arrears, Madam Speaker. The loan was in arrears, Madam Speaker. $134 million Development Bank owes to Social Security, and the people of the country don't know. Because they hide it. Hide it from the people. Remember the song from Sunday school? Adam in the garden hiding?
I had to do a remix.
You do a remix on it? Yes, you do a remix. Huh? Maybe you could do a remix. The debt of Development Bank hiding. But Madam Speaker, because the government changed, we found it. Everybody knows in this country that Development Bank used to open 12 o'clock and midnight for emphasis. 12 o'clock, midnight, Madam Speaker, on a Saturday. Our bank open 12 o'clock, midnight on a Saturday. Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, the bank open. What was happening there? Trucks coming up. Big bus coming up, Madam Speaker. People suspecting, boy, what's leaving the Development Bank? Nobody could confirm. Because a whole conspiracy was set up to hide it from the people. But Madam Speaker, let me shed some light on that as well. Development Bank bought a building in Otleys to put a branch of Development Bank in constituency number 7. We got the title to the building now, Madam Speaker, and no branch going over there at this point in time. Because the objective was not to bring services to constituency number 7. The objective was to have the money closer to some people, Madam Speaker. So they ain't got to come tongue in night. Them. They were over there. Madam Speaker, 134, the government. Madam Speaker, you want to hear about bailout? This government had to step in to bail out Development Bank. Just like when Obama had to step in to bail out the car industry, better known as the auto industry. I had to step in to bail out the banks during the financial crisis. You remember when people accused Obama of looking after the rich and not the poor? Because he had to bail out the banks? Because had the banks failed, had the auto industry failed, the American economy would have been in not recession, but depression. So how can this government not be responsible and bail out the Development Bank? That money could have been used for other things, Madam Speaker, that I would have preferred to spend it on. But we had to bail out the Development Bank because the bank owes just Social Security alone $134 million. And if we don't bail out the bank, Madam Speaker, let me speak about the consequence. So the government stepped in and bailed out the bank with millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Without the government's bailout of Development Bank, the bank was unable to pay back the loan to Social Security. This would have negatively impacted the financial position of Social Security. This is how serious this matter is. Social Security would have been negatively impacted, Madam Speaker. Due to the Development Bank's non-payment, Social Security would have had to take what you call an impairment loss of the loan. Madam Speaker, that is a serious matter. It means that Social Security would say, well, Development Bank failed, they can't pay back the $100 and something million, write off that off with books. Just write it off. A haircut. But then a haircut, boy, that's a head cut. Everything gone, because I'll explain further. Due to development banks' non-payment, Social Security would have had to take an impairment loan. This would have resulted in a $120 million reduction in Social Security fund reserves, which represents 7%, which represent a 7% reduction, Madam Speaker. This is why we had to bail out the bank. This is why we had to prioritize, Madam Speaker. This money could have been used for other things, but the people of St. Kitts and Nevis were kept in the dark, Madam Speaker, because some people thought that government will not change, our administration would not change, and the people will get to know the truth. But the people were not totally in the dark, because the people used to see when the vehicles going down there, they just did not know what those vehicles were doing, even though they had ideas. So, Madam Speaker, let me tell you what this would have meant. In Social Security Fund Reserve, which I said is 7%, the fund's reserves would have declined from $1.714 billion to $1.593 billion, Madam Speaker. That is, if we did not bail them out, Madam Speaker, this is what would have happened. Social Security would have lost 7% of its reduction, Madam Speaker, which would, of course, more than $100 million, approaching, Madam Speaker, $200 million. Social Security is critical to the economy and is a key pillar, Madam Speaker, for the social safety net, providing benefits to workers when they are sick, pregnant, on disability, retired, Madam Speaker. Social Security, through its program, invests in education, healthcare, and housing. While Social Security might be strong, Madam Speaker, the government could not allow development banks' indebtedness to threaten Social Security solvency and sustainability. Madam Speaker, that is how serious this issue is. And so when I hear them talk about surplus after surplus, it was not true. Social Security was left. I remember, Madam Speaker, that I called all of the leaders to meet. National Bank, Social Security, Development Bank, Ministry of Finance, and myself. And I said in that meeting, Madam Speaker, we can't think individual at this time. Any one of you falter, it means all of us would falter. So we had to come up with a comprehensive plan, Madam Speaker, which resulted in transferring millions of dollars to Development Bank. So Development Bank could start some activity again. And we put some stipulations that you can form what you call a fund where the 1% goes and it forms a revolving fund so that you can have the money to go down to Social Security and pay them. Madam Speaker, had that not occurred, this is what would have happened. The solvency of Social Security would have been affected. And it means, therefore, that even though we need Social Security reform now, because nothing was done in the last number of years, it would have been more painful, Madam Speaker. These are the things we are trying to correct. While persons were spending money as if the money was falling from trees or falling like manna from heaven, our institutions were suffering and they were using all kind of, what type of accounting you call that? Creative accounting. Ninja accounting. To hide it from the people. Ninja. I'm telling you. But that's the question. And I will read what will happen in the end. Because I have it here. I asked the lawyers to prepare for me a synopsis to read to the people today. Very good question. Madam Speaker, it's a serious matter. These are the things that we met there and we have to deal with. Madam Speaker, over $300 million in debt. And Madam Speaker, we did a forensic study. Madam Speaker, they think they're bright, but they got people brighter. They think they're smart, they got people smarter. Madam Speaker, we had to call in the forensic experts from out of Canada to go into the Development Bank and unearth all the shenanigans that were taking place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have the forensic report. It is part of the court case, Madam Speaker, that I'll speak about when I update the country in my wrap-up. Listen to the wrap-up to get the update on the case about the development bank and the monies, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, let me continue. I want to say also, as we continue to observe what we'll call this situation with the markups and so forth, our monitoring and control mechanisms are put in place to ensure that the best prices are provided to the consumer while at the same time safeguarding, Madam Speaker, as I pointed out before. But Madam Speaker, let me go on now to the fiscal landscape. A review of the government's fiscal performance revealed that for 2023, a surplus of $27.8 million was recorded for the overall balance, and the primary balance also reflected a surplus of $44.2 million. Madam Speaker, in any given year, a country can have a surplus, it can have a deficit, based on what the country is seeking to achieve. For example, if you need a desalination plant to get water, as water is life and we are running out of water, you don't think. It's like if you need something critical in your home and the money is not there, you're going to say, look, let me get a loan because this is critical. Because you have to invest in those critical services to keep going. But Madam Speaker, in 2023, we realized that. I want to say to this Honourable House that in 2022, we inherited a deficit. Deficits can happen, Madam Speaker, because you are seeking to achieve certain things. What should not be done, though, is tell the people they have a surplus when they really have a deficit. We can remember clearly and justify why you might have a deficit. We remember clearly in 2018, first time in our history, the IMF was asked not to publish its Article 4 report on St. Kitts and Nevis. What were you hiding, Madam Speaker? What were you hiding? What were they hiding from the people so that they would say to the IMF, you can't do it? When I met with the IMF in 2022, I asked the IMF to release the report. Of course, it was not viewed by many persons because the time had elapsed. But that was part and parcel of the plan of hiding from the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, of fooling the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Some persons are considered good politicians when they fool people. But fooling people has consequences, Madam Speaker, like this one. Madam Speaker, it was a deliberate plan and action because from 2018, thereabout, there were no external audits done for the development bank. Nobody wants to do business with development bank. You know what they're saying to us? Well, where's your audit? Basically, they're saying that you are hiding, you are involved in corrupt practices. These are the things that I assume when you don't get an external audit. And they don't want to do any business, Madam Speaker. That is why the government had to take millions of dollars and put it in development bank so the development bank could have activity so that it can invest in other areas and pay back social security, which we couldn't risk. Do you know what, if social security falters, what that means? I look around and I see people are receiving the social security. It means confidence would be lost. It would have been the first time in history that something like this happened. And when you did the forensic analysis and you realize that money went all over the place, money jumped through windows, squeak under doors, money had foot running to back door. Madam Speaker, it happened for true. Money come out the bank in plastic bag, paper bag. When you read it, you swear you're reading a novel, a mob novel. Only mobs do that. But it happened in the development bank. Madam Speaker, it happened in the development bank, and as you reflect on it, it touches you in different ways, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say the total revenues and grants amount to $1.2 billion, of which the current revenue was $1.1 billion, and total grants were $20.7 million. Tax revenue surpassed budget by 6.3% as a result of higher collections from taxes on income, taxes on property, and taxes on international trade and transactions. And some people were in arrears, and so they were paying up as well. The non-tax revenue exceeded the budget by 18.7%, mainly on account of proceeds from the CBI program, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2023, the total expenditure amounted to an impressive 1.1 billion, reflecting our government's steadfast commitment to advancing national priorities and addressing the needs of our people, Madam Speaker. These expenditures represented a 13.1% increase over the budget, largely driven by higher than anticipated allocations for capital expenditure, net lending transfers, and goods and services. Among the pivotal initiatives, Madam Speaker, supported by this expenditure were: 1, budgetary support to the St. Kitts Tourism Authority to secure JetBlue flights with direct services to St. Kitts, bolstering tourism and strengthening our connectivity to key markets. Increased subventions to the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College to compensate for revenue losses arising from transformative policy of providing students with free tuition, a policy that underscores our government's commitment to equitable access to education, Madam Speaker. And financial support to the Skills Training Empowerment Program, the STEP, support to SKELEC, demonstrating our resolve to maintain affordable and reliable energy for households, the payment of the 40th anniversary workers' bonus, we remember that, and the CBI dividend as well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during that year, we brought in more and we invested our people because they had just come out of COVID. And so we wanted to support our people to ease the squeeze at that point, Madam Speaker, because everybody was going through challenges and difficulties. And that is why it was so important. And as I promised, once the CBI would have performed beyond what was expected, I would share that directly with the people. That is what a dividend is. I want to clear up that, Madam Speaker, because people are playing again on people's, what they perceive to be people's, not understanding a particular term. Tell the people the truth. And that is why we have started that program, Aspire, to tell people what these things mean. And so, Madam Speaker, for the first time in history that happened. We gave people an independent anniversary that helped people during those difficult times, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember the taxi drivers, for example, had challenges. Madam Speaker, these expenditures are not merely figures in ledger. They represent strategic investments in the future and future of our federation. They reflect a government that prioritizes its people, enhances institutions, and paves the way for a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous tomorrow. Madam Speaker, with respect to the debt situation, at the end of December 2023, the total public sector debt stood at 1.6 billion, or 55.9% of GDP. This represents a decline of 1 million in the debt stock and a decrease of 4.4 percentage points in debt to GDP ratio, Madam Speaker. So at the same time this happened, the debt also went down, Madam Speaker. The reduction of the debt to GDP ratio was the result of an expansion in economic activity for 2023 when compared to 2022. 39% of the debt stock was contracted by the federal government, and the remaining 61% was owned by public corporations on both St. Kitts and Nevis and the Nevis Island Administration. Central government's debt and public corporations on St. Kitts and Nevis fell by 18.7 million and 18.9 million, respectively, Madam Speaker. Conversely, the Nevis Island Administration debt also was affected during that time, Madam Speaker. And what happened is that we saw the reduction in the overall impact of reduction in the central government. But, Madam Speaker, we are managing the debt from a federal government's perspective. There are times when you have to incur some debt for essential things, Madam Speaker. But what we need to do is always let our people know, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is our path forward? Now that is the backdrop. That is where we came from. We're now moving forward. We are powering progress, Madam Speaker. Powering progress. In agriculture, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his hard work. Food security is a strategic pillar for our sustainable island state agenda. Our vision is clear. That is to foster a robust, self-sufficient, and innovative agriculture sector that would help to drive sustainable development and ensure the food and nutrition security for our nation. We have committed to facilitating strategic investments in this sector to reposition it as a key contributor to employment, social and economic development, and our collective health and nutrition, Madam Speaker. Our path forward dictates that the public and private sector players must ramp up investments in agriculture. There is room for investments in agricultural infrastructure, the adoption of technology, and strengthening the human resource capacity, including the technological and scientific capabilities of our agriculture professionals. Madam Speaker, growth in agriculture for 2025 is projected to be 1.8% and 3.5% per annum over the medium term. Our main objective for the sector over the medium term is to enhance food security through promotion of sustained local production. The comprehensive CARICOM 25 by 25 agenda focuses on impacting every aspect of the food supply chain, Madam Speaker. So the primary goal is to reduce annual food import by 140 million, by 25% by 2025. Madam Speaker, we are investing in the development of the poultry sector. To assist with the achievement of this goal, I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the new state-of-the-art layer chicken breeder farm that was commissioned by the new foreign minister, Madam Speaker, this year. The facility is expected to produce 20,000 laying birds per year and will support local poultry farmers by providing high-quality chicks, technical support, technical resources, and the infrastructure necessary to elevate poultry production across the Federation. This remarkable achievement was made possible through the steadfast support and partnership of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, it symbolizes the enduring and dynamic partnership that our countries have, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank them. Madam Speaker, with regards to our path forward for crop production, a significant milestone was achieved in 2024 with the launch of the Plant Diagnostic Laboratory, which will play a crucial role in identifying plant diseases and pests by providing timely diagnostics. The laboratory will help farmers implement appropriate control measures, reducing losses and improving overall crop health. Madam Speaker, tremendous work in the area of agriculture. Madam Speaker, we move on to the cannabis industry. At this particular time, we are partnering, Madam Speaker, with the Southern University, where they are helping us, Madam Speaker, to establish this industry here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, furthermore, in this industry, with the supplies of seedlings, land preparation and provision of irrigation system, solar pumps, ground cover, fencing material, and technical assistance, our farmers are being equipped to increase local food production, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this has nothing to do with a lot of the other things I spoke about. We had a drought resilience program where farmers, hundreds of farmers benefited from fencing, ground cover, seedlings, and other support so that they can carry out their activities, Madam Speaker. In 2024, the ministry also continued its drive to ensure the farming community has adequate planting materials. And the ministry imported more than 60,000 banana suckers, over 150,000 pineapple suckers, Madam Speaker, and dasheen and planting material, Madam Speaker. This is serious action. And in addition to all of this, Madam Speaker, they have, in 2024, the ministry installed 2 new walk-in chills at Tabernacle Outreach Center and added 15 cold storage reefer containers, Madam Speaker. Investments in agriculture, look at them here, Madam Speaker. We're planting bananas all over, pineapple all over, helping the farmers all over, increasing our production, which we'll realize in 2025 as we have laid the foundation in 2024. Madam Speaker, we cannot speak about advances in agriculture without talking, Madam Speaker, about our strategic partnership with the McKinley Group, yes, which is the Tabasco Group, rather. And Tabasco has partnered with us, and we have launched that program, Madam Speaker. Southern University has partnered with us, Madam Speaker. We have scholarships to Southern University. Southern University is helping us with their expertise, Madam Speaker, in animal husbandry, and they're also helping us, Madam Speaker, because they provide lots of scholarships. Madam Speaker, I'm right here planting peppers, Madam Speaker. I know what's going on. I come from the great state. I know planting go. I'm telling you all kind of things. So, Madam Speaker, this program will be realized in 2025, Madam Speaker, so that our people can benefit. Look at it here, Madam Speaker. They thought it was a pipe dream. It is no pipe dream. That's me planting, Madam Speaker. I can plant. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture and his team for their hard work. Madam Speaker, and in his presentation, he will go more in depth. In the construction area, Madam Speaker, a sustainable island state demands that we plan strategically to ensure that newly built infrastructure can withstand climate changes today and well into the future. Our plans to promote, install climate-resilient infrastructure to support social and economic development is directly linked to our objective to further stimulate the construction sector. Madam Speaker, a construction boom in sustainability projects is in our horizons. Our government will not rest until we have a pipeline of investment projects to stimulate growth in construction well beyond what was recorded in the pre-pandemic years. This year, we have bolstered the technical capabilities of Public Works Department, which is now in a better position to facilitate the rollout of several major projects that are already at an advanced stage, Madam Speaker. We saw some of them this morning. Madam Speaker, the government-owned quarry is poised to become a driving force in advancing public and private infrastructure development across the island of St. Kitts, recognizing its critical role in the construction industry. This administration, Madam Speaker, has taken decisive action to address decades of neglect. Madam Speaker, the Minister will speak about it. The quarry was neglected for many years, Madam Speaker. In August, we proudly commissioned a new primary crusher, marking a monumental step forward for the quarry. Remarkably, Madam Speaker, this is the first upgrade of this type of machinery since 1988. And so when they're talking, no wonder they couldn't build nothing. Because they ain't gonna quarry, Madam Speaker, since 1988, Madam Speaker. A staggering 36-year gap that underscores the lack of attention paid to this vital resource, especially under the immediate past administration. And there they're talking about surplus after surplus. These are the things we have to invest in to keep our economy up and strong, Madam Speaker. If we are talking about building homes and all sorts of things, we need a quarry that can provide the aggregates, other words, stones, and crushed stone and all sorts of other things, Madam Speaker. Heavy investment. This later administration is determined to reverse that trend and ensure that our national assets are modernized to serve the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, we are also eagerly anticipating the arrival of additional state-of-the-art equipment in early 25, which will further enhance the quarry's capacity and efficiency. These investments are not merely upgrades. They represent our government's commitment to fostering a robust construction industry, strengthening the foundation for sustainable development, and ensuring that critical infrastructure projects are executed with the highest quality materials. Madam Speaker, that has cost us in the millions again, I'm sure. Millions again. These are the basic things to build any country, Madam Speaker. That is why we have to invest in so many basic things, because they were neglected. And talking about surplus after surplus, it's like you're going to a man's house and he said, "I got a lot of money, but he ain't got no water to drink."
That's why the main road took so long.
That's why it took so long. Because the quarry can't produce the aggregates. You go to a man's house, boy, he got a lot of money, but he can't eat a good meal because he gored in the money. That is what happened here. People wanted to talk about surplus after surplus, neglected water, infrastructure, energy. That is why we are where we are today, Madam Speaker. That is why the St. Peter's Road, for example, was not done. I wonder what St. Peter's do there. You build a whole main road. Going through the country, you remember the time they built a whole main road and skip out St. Paul's? Yeah. Our constituency number 6? The whole of the country, number 6. And Mercy Tabernacle. A whole main road done. And nothing for St. Peter's. Look at the St. Peter's Road today, Madam Speaker. Look at it, Madam Speaker. This is the largest growing area outside of Bastille. Expected to grow exponentially over the next few years. And they got one little small road up there where we got to drive on, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, will help to transform the economy in St. Peter's. This has indirect and direct impact, Madam Speaker. Look at that. I'm so proud that the people of St. Peter's is going to have a road that they can be proud of. Why would you do a road and leave out the largest community in the whole of St. Kitts and Nevis outside of Bastille? Why?
And we gotta see red.
What the St. Peter's people do them? I thought them days they done. I hear the member from number 6 used to lament about it year after year after year, how they treat the people down there. I thought them days done. 2022 or whenever it was done, or 2021, St. Peter's neglected. Why? And they said the St. Peter's Road was in the budget. Now you come into government, you look in the budget, you ain't see no money for St. Peter's Road. Everything in the budget, but you can't find it. The St. Peter's people deserved better. And that is why they're just getting a road that they should have gotten so long ago. And so I want to thank the Minister for Infrastructure, member from number 3, and my cabinet for supporting to bring some level of relief to the people of St. Peter's, Madam Speaker. So over the past year, Madam Speaker, activity in construction sector was dominated by commercial and residential construction. In the medium term, we can expect the construction sector to bloom as a direct result of the implementation of our seed pillars. We expect, Madam Speaker, the full implementation of several planned public and private sector projects that should spur construction activities. The public sector projects include, but are not limited to, the new Bastille High School, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister from constituency number 1. Madam Speaker, I want to thank, Madam Speaker, the member from number 1, Minister of Education, who has been pushing for the new Bastille High School. You saw in the video where we were. We are powering progress, Madam Speaker. That's what you call powering progress. A whole school was shut down in maybe 2014. A promise was made, Madam Speaker, that a new school would be built, Madam Speaker. All they built for the children was a makeshift wooden building. Nothing hot, so. Hot. A wooden building, Madam Speaker, and said that's the Bastille High School. And you know who land they built it on? Oh my God. Madam Speaker, the last administration paid a consultant $665,000 per month for the Bastille High School, and not one block lay. $14 to $20 million can't be accounted for properly, Madam Speaker. $665,000 month after month after month after month to add up to $21 million. And then when we got in, I said, where the work? Show me the work done. Not one blocks, as we say in local parlance. Not one blocks.
With an S.
With an S. And $14 to $21 million. Gone. Paying one consultant. Madam Speaker, they talk about advisors and this. That one consultant makes twice as much as all of the consultants and advisors in my administration. in our administration. That one. He alone, or that alone, entity alone, made more than all what we have. Twice as much, Madam Speaker. So I'm not going to talk about the rest they had, just that one alone made twice as much. Can you imagine that? No Bastia High School. And up and down talking about surplus after surplus. So what we are saying is powering progress. Bastia High School. And imagine, 7 years, Madam Speaker, they are there. They ain't build no school. And they want Labour to build a school in less than 2 years. Be reasonable, no, man. Where is the reasonableness in all of this? Where is it? Huh? Asking us to build it in less than that. But, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education is determined because it's in his constituency as well. He's a teacher. Once a teacher, always a teacher.
He has a lot of products.
He has a lot of products.
Including 4 up here.
Wow. He's prolific.
1, 2, 3.
Well accomplished. But, Madam Speaker, it is a serious matter. So the Bastia High School, it's coming. The new climate smart JNF General Hospital. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from number 3. And the video should have showed him. When we decided we want a JNF hospital, a climate smart one, we were determined to build that hospital in constituency number 3. I remember one day they brought some land to me and said, number 8 got the most land. I said, I ain't care if number 8 got the most land, because everybody knows it's true. Find the land in number 3. I send them back. That's where JNF is from. This is the pride and joy of the people of constituency number 3, the minister who is here. I said, find the land in number 3, and they found that land. And on that land, other entities or persons had ownership. And we had discussions, Madam Speaker, so that we can negotiate so that this land could be available for the people in number 3 and for the hospital to be built, Madam Speaker. I just want to make that extremely clear. Extremely clear. And so the hospital is on its way, and I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the excellent partnership that we will have with building out this state-of-the-art hospital, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason for the hospital at this time, again, they said they had surplus after surplus, and the hospital was leaking. Madam Speaker, I never used to talk about it because I didn't want anybody out in the outer world to know we got a leaking hospital, even though it might give me a lot of political advantage or capital, so to speak. I used to limit some of the things I would say, except to say I would work to resolve the matter. But, Madam Speaker, we have stopped the leaking in 90+% of the hospital was leaking. Do you know that as part of the budget, they had a budget in there for buckets? The hospital had put aside monies for buckets. Anytime the rain fall, the nurse running, the maid running, pull out the buckets, pull out the buckets. Bucket here, bucket there, bucket there. That was the reality. Bucket, water running down here. The buckets was a mainstay at the JNF hospital. And with water comes what? Mold, Madam Speaker. They left mold in the hospital. I did not speak about it. I said, let's get it cleaned up quickly. Because of the hospital shut down. Where people going, Madam Speaker? Where? That's why sometimes as a leader, sometimes you have to make some tough decisions. And I said, let's act on this quickly. Nobody in St. Kitts could have stopped the leak. Because multiple people tried to stop the leak. Contractors. We went to the Republic of China, Taiwan, our partner, and we said, do you have a solution? They had to import the materials directly from Taiwan. Because they couldn't find nothing around here to stop the leak. And so they went to work. And I called the ambassador. I tell them, look, we have to speed up this thing. We have to stop the leak. We have to stop the leak. Mold is going. Mold gonna go. They left a leak in hospital, Madam Speaker. And got it hard to be talking about the hospital. I did not talk about it then. Because it would have been self-serving. I had to look at the bigger picture of how we can protect our people. and protect the name of our country at that particular time. And I want to say today that we have cut the leak significantly. Madam Speaker, that cost money. That could have been used for something else. That's what you call powering progress. That's a basic thing. Your hospital ain't supposed to be leaking. Basic thing. But the hospital up there leaking. And then some people talking about healthcare this and healthcare that. And buckets after buckets catching water. Madam Speaker, some of the wards used to be hot because of climate change. We went there, Madam Speaker, partner with, can I call his name, the partner?
Really depends.
Okay. I wouldn't call a name. But the partner who partnered with us so that we could get AC. Madam Speaker, a lot of people talking have not gone to the hospital, you know. We have AC for the first time on medical ward. We have AC on surgical ward. And we put in AC down on pediatrics ward. Madam Speaker, God, they were so hot that if you have patients in there with temperature sky high, Madam Speaker, affecting their blood sugar control, their blood pressure control, and all sorts of other controls, we had to come and create an environment where you can control the temperature, Madam Speaker. So we stopped the leaky roof, put in AC, control the humidity to deal with the issue of proliferation of mold. Madam Speaker, you know what used to happen? Rain coming. Nurse, come. Push that bed over there. You see them pushing bed. Oh, let the water drop there. Put 2 buckets there. That was the reality. I worked there, but I never spoke about it like this, even on the opposition side, because it was not the responsible thing to do. Now, everything they want to talk about. You remember when they had ambulance without oxygen? A young man coming from Monkey Hill, no oxygen in the ambulance. And one come talk about healthcare. Madam Speaker, it's 5 new ambulances with an order. You know? They come in just now, brand new, stock out. And we're choosing ambulances to suit our roads and conditions here. So they could last a long time. So we have chosen the Toyota brand because we have a dealer here. Our mechanics are very good on Toyota and the parts easy to get. So for the ambulance, it's going to last us a long time. Remember the last Minister of Health in the last administration said ambulance expensive. Oh, ambulance come expensive. Well, they're expensive, but that's where you're supposed to spend your money, Madam Speaker. So again, we have to invest in ambulances because the fleet of ambulance is getting old and that fleet cannot really meet the needs of our people, Madam Speaker. That is why we are investing so much in healthcare, Madam Speaker. There's work to be done. More specialists we have had ever in history at the hospital. Madam Speaker, we have specialists for kidney, specialists for the prostate. You see like how we have a gynecologist for women, we have the urologist for the men. So the men can get their prostate and other issues dealt with, Madam Speaker. We have specialists for nerves and brain. We have the most internists ever at one point, the anesthesiologists, multiple surgeons, gynecologists. We have nephrologists as well. Madam Speaker, they're talking about the hospital. People in St. Kitts went blind under that administration because they refused to buy equipment for the eye clinic. People couldn't even get a cataract done in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Cataract is considered one of the most important surgeries, but it's also not a very complicated surgery in the realm of ophthalmology. Because they ain't got the special equipment up there. And talking about surplus after surplus. What we are doing is powering progress. We invested hundreds of millions of dollars in state-of-the-art equipment to restart eye surgeries at the hospital. People are blind today. You cannot reverse their blindness because they waited too long before the surgery. That's where we made our investment. I mean, there are challenges, and there will always be challenges because we are working through these things. If we had to go as far back as to stop a leak, you can imagine the state in which we met it. You've gone up there, few specialists. Bring in the specialists. You have a specialist at the hospital for diabetes. And I want to thank the Republic of Cuba, our partner, who has partnered with us by sending all these specialists to us to help us, Madam Speaker. Cuba. Who has been partnering with us, Madam Speaker. So people can see now. People who were once blind can see. People who were once blind can see. And the cataract surgery sometimes only take a half of an hour to 45 minutes. You're blind 1 minute, you can see the next minute. If you did not know science, you would say that is a miracle. I know in the old days how blind people got to see, and some people still in modern days, but medical science is also helping, Madam Speaker. Huh? Can you imagine that? And you're talking about healthcare? Madam Speaker, the hospital ain't got no CT scan machine. The CT scan machine was private, and it was not a state-of-the-art good one, and people used to got to pay all sorts of money. They say you shouldn't pay. You should pay. And they're talking about healthcare. Madam Speaker, we got a new CT scan machine here, right here on the island. Nevis got an advanced one. We can catch them up in 3 weeks. Our CT scan machine is here. And one of the specialists working to deal with our CT scan machine is from Cuba. We need to thank Cuba again. Can you imagine that? Not only that, Madam Speaker, we are putting in a new MRI. We never had a public MRI yet. You see the building going up. The building need all kind of specifications and fancy this and fancy that, terms I will not use today, except to say that they are being put in place. Madam Speaker, that is what you call transformation. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk about one or two other things with respect to that, but let me move on. Another project, Madam Speaker, is the NHC Climate Smart Homes, the housing program. Madam Speaker, I want to speak on that because people are rightly saying there was a delay. But let us put history in perspective. We remembered when we launched the first design, the people were invited to NHC to look at the design. Correct, Minister?
Correct.
And the people said the rooms were not large enough. The rooms were 10 by 10, the bedrooms. The people asked for 12 by 12. Well, if you're going from 10 by 10 to 12 by 12, automatically that's almost a 6-month delay. Because you have to go back, redesign, bill of quantities, plumbing got to change, electrical plan has to change. You know, the layout has to change. 6 months delay as a result of responding to what the people asked for. Madam Speaker, this is a bedroom. Wow. It's a large bedroom, boy. You could run around in there. Madam Speaker. Look at this. Madam Speaker. This is, so we had to delay the project. Very. So, Madam Speaker, we had to delay the project in order to give the people what they want, and we responded to the needs of the people. So I wanted to say that here, and I know the Minister will say, that the delay in the housing is because the people asked for a larger home, and so we had to redo everything in terms of the planning and so forth, redesign, and then re-implement the program. So that caused a delay. This one is in Connery, so happy for the ordinary family over there that is benefited. Madam Speaker, the desalination plant, which we spoke about, the road improvement projects, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, it's not just the St. Peter's Road, you know. Roads are being done in communities all over the country, Madam Speaker. Correct? All over the country. I went to a place in St. Peter's in Lower Monkey, a road up there ain't done for donkey years, Madam Speaker, donkey years. And Madam Speaker, the road is paved. When I went up there, a young lady met me up there and she said, Doctor, you come take a picture with us because, you know, they're so happy for the road. Years, no road in Lower Monkey Hill. I wonder what the people of St. Peter's did the last administration. No road, no water, basic things. The health center can't done. Madam Speaker, you should see how they left St. Peter's. The netball court in a state that we just had done. The health center in a state that is being done. The road, as I mentioned, in a state. And the roads, they too, Madam Speaker. St. Peter's is advancing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other one, the road as I talk about. So, the Cabinet has approved, and I want to thank. So, these took place, Madam Speaker, in Boyds, in Shadwell, in Easton, West, Race Course, Rollins, White House Gardens, and so forth. All around the country, Madam Speaker, spreading it around. So, increasing the pace of installation of roads in residential developments will remain a high priority for this administration, Madam Speaker. And we have endorsed a 3-year plan presented by Public Works Department. Madam Speaker, we're in planning just for now. We're planning over time. That is what we call powering progress for our people. And as construction activities are mobilized, we expect that 90% of the workforce will be local practitioners, adding significantly to domestic employment and beyond. Other private sector activities that will help to drive construction also involves efforts to invigorate Kitchen Hill and Christoph Harbour. In 2025, we also expect work to commence on, and these were mentioned before, Hotel Indigo and the Performing Arts Center, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I got an announcement, you know. Okay. Right. Madam Speaker, Human and Housing Development, and I spent a lot of time speaking about housing. The Minister will continue to discuss that. But I can say that presently, houses are being constructed, Madam Speaker. The reason why I said, let's bring the cameras out. I hear people saying, no house are built, no house are built. The Minister done build over 100 houses in 2 years.
112 in 2 years.
In 2 years.
13 in 2 years.
They do 13 in 2 and he do 112.
So they dare not talk about it again.
Madam Speaker, that to me is an astounding accomplishment. But the problem is sometimes with us, Madam Speaker, we don't have handover of keys for every house. Because if we used to do handover of keys, when they did 13, we would have done 112. Every day you would have been doing a handover almost. I'm telling you. Madam Speaker, that's a fact. And now, we went Atlas. Houses are being built. I posted on my Facebook page this morning to see the concrete going in and the footing going in, because people are saying, where the houses? Look, the houses here. 20 of them in constituency number 7. Even though constituency number 7 is not held by a Labour MP, the people of constituency must also be served. And we're going to do it all around the country. And Madam Speaker, you know what I tell them? Don't do it first in my constituency. Don't start the houses in number 8. Start them somewhere else. Because it must be demonstrated. You got to go all around the country. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud of that. We went to Sandy Point. We're going all over the country. We need our people back to work. So it's good to see. Look how beautiful this is. Look at those lads. Beautiful. That is what you call aerial view?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's what's the engineer.
Drone footage.
Drone footage. Madam Speaker, look at that. You know how much people over there working? Madam Speaker, look at this we're going to do. This is Sandy Point, correct? Sandy Point. The present MP is not from our party. Yet. I thought he wasn't listening. Madam Speaker? Yeah. Drive it. Madam Speaker, and even though Sandy Point is not, the MP is not from this party, the people from Sandy Point must also be served. As a matter of fact, the Labour Party started in Sandy Point. I must add that. Pam started in Anguilla.
Very true, Mr. Prime Minister.
All right. I'm a historian, you know. I read all these things. And so, yes. Let me drink a little water. Boy, it's good that the the desalination coming. We ain't gonna run out of water at all. Well, I'm telling you, you hear that? And we welcome it. Partnership. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the NHC has been doing its work, and we are happy that the houses are on its way. And the reason why we also showing the people of 5 and 7 that work is to be done, that we will never, this Labour administration will never, ever exclude a constituency because the MP is not from our party. When I went and I looked at the state of the roads in St. Peter's and recognized that even when St. Peter's was in the fold of that administration, St. Peter's was still neglected. So it seems like the only party that would help the people of St. Peter's is the SKNLP. Madam Speaker, let's look at tourism. And I really think that I've spoken a lot about tourism. I want to thank the Minister for her hard work. All these flights that we went to bring into St. Kitts and Nevis, all the executive we spoke to, the growth that we see in St. An article came out recently, Madam Speaker, and it showed that St. Kitts was one of the leaders in cruise tourism in the Caribbean, you know. One of the leaders in cruise tourism. Mm-hmm. Madam Speaker, one of the leaders in cruise tourism. Tremendous achievement. And that must be said over and over again, Madam Speaker. And I gave the numbers that the sector is estimated to grow by 8.2% in 2024 and by approximately 3% per annum over the medium term. So we're going to shoot up, Madam Speaker, and maintain it and grow incrementally each year. Madam Speaker, the 2025 levels will surpass our best years in tourism in history. Our best years in tourism in history. I'm not talking about the pandemic years. I'm talking about the pre-pandemic years. Madam Speaker, this is a tremendous achievement, and we have done that in such a short time, Madam Speaker. Again, by really meeting our partners and engendering the type of confidence that is necessary for them to continue to invest in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, one of the big things that is coming to tourism, as the Minister will expound when she speaks, is that we are committed, Madam Speaker, to be the leaders in sustainable tourism within the Caribbean. In addition to our people, the environment is a key resource of our tourism product, and we are committed to its preservation. This commitment is reflected in our recent signing of the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism at the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States held in May in Antigua. Madam Speaker, critically important that we make sure that we protect our natural resource, a resource that is critical for our tourism development as well. Madam Speaker, our country has been designated with a number of very critical honors. The destination, for example, was honored as the Caribbean's leading dive destination at the 31st Annual World Travel Awards. Madam Speaker, held in Jamaica in January 2024, a recognition that underscores our commitment to marine conservation and the promotion of responsible diving practices. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in April, St. Kitts claimed the prestigious Green Destination of the Year Award at the Caribbean Green Awards 2024. Madam Speaker, we are wrapping them up. St. Kitts' unique combination of lush rainforests, pristine beaches, and rich cultural heritage earned it as a spot as the only Caribbean destination featured in the AFA's top 2024 destinations, showcasing the destination's appeal to eco-conscious and culturally engaged travelers. Madam Speaker, big achievements. These ain't just names. We're seeing more people coming by plane, more people coming by boats, and more money being spent in St. Kitts and Nevis. So this is translating into tangible benefits, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the achievements are complemented by the remarkable success of local businesses like All Road Rum. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair was here the other day. He and I had dinner at Park Hyatt, and he enjoyed the Old Road Rum. Of course, in moderation. So if you ever meet him, take a bottle for him.
Everything about all is enjoyable.
All right, then. An Old Road Rum Company which won 2 silver medals at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, announced in August. This recognition not only highlights the quality and craftsmanship of St. Kitts' local products, but also enhances the island's global visibility as a destination that offers unique and high-quality experiences, Madam Speaker. Very critical. Madam Speaker, our destination stature as a premier Caribbean destination was further bolstered by the arrival of the world's largest cruise vessel, Icon of the Seas, on January 30th, 2024. As the first destination on this inaugural revenue sailing, the call attracted widespread media attention, showcasing St. Kitts' strategic importance in regional cruise industry. Madam Speaker, it was very good to see our local pilots. What's his name? Harvey? Harvey. Climbing up on the largest cruise ship.
The deputy, he's one. Mr. Knight, yes. He's one.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
One of my people.
Seeing these young, seeing these old people going up on that large cruise ship that they say is the largest in the world. And these humble, ordinary people from this little federation maneuvering them into port. We're small, but we power in progress. Power in progress. Small, but we talawa. And the minister and the member from number 3 allows me to use that anywhere I go. No copyright infringement. No. Okay. Good. No. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that is a very, very strong development. Madam Speaker, we are looking at Kittition Hill, which we have started to reinvest again, and we want to take that forward. Madam Speaker, all of this we are doing for our people to expand the yacht sector and create significant employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, I reach a critical point in this, but I wonder if this is the point to make this announcement. Yes. It's time to make the announcement? A little? Make one now? Make one now. Madam Speaker, I want to announce in this honorable house that St. Kitts and Nevis, I am thrilled to announce that after much negotiations, that after much of putting the right things in place before this announcement is made, that we have brought together a joint press release that we will have here in St. Kitts to start construction in 2025, a brand new Ritz-Carlton hotel. Madam Speaker, we say we're going to bring hotels. We say we're going to bring hotels. When we're traveling to bring things, you know. I told the ministers, each time you travel, put the cost of your ticket and put the value of what you bring back. Bring the value. You're talking about the Minister of Tourism traveling. She travel on a plane, she bring back Icon. How much your ticket costs? And how much people come on Icon to contribute? Madam Speaker, how do you think we could get a hotel like Ritz-Carlton? A global symbol of luxury and excellence to come to our shores, Madam Speaker. This is the kind of confidence that people have in us when they meet us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the land is bought. The plans are already going to planning, Madam Speaker, and they are ready to do their geotechnical work. And they are very sensitive of our local people and culture and so forth. And environment. Madam Speaker, again, I am thrilled to announce that Ritz-Carlton, a global symbol of luxury and excellence, is coming to our shores and to start construction in 2025. Lots of jobs for construction and permanent jobs thereafter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not merely the addition of another hotel. It is a statement of confidence in St. Kitts' future, a catalyst for economic transformation, and a testament to the island's limitless potential, Madam Speaker. This world-class development will redefine our tourism product, blending the iconic Ritz-Carlton experience with the unique cultural heritage and natural beauty of St. Kitts, and of course Nevis as well. Its impact will be profound, creating jobs, Madam Speaker. This will affect the economy, and our people will definitely benefit. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts is not just open for business, but ready to lead as a destination of distinction and innovation and opportunity. Madam Speaker, they had 7 years. 7 years, Madam Speaker. Show me the hotel. Show me the hotel. That is why I say talk, 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 talk.
That is all some people have.
And no trophy.
No trophy.
That is what you call power in progress, Madam Speaker. How could we have negotiated this, Madam Speaker? It is because people have confidence in us. Madam Speaker, before it was a false start, you know. False start. Several false starts. That is why I said to people, I don't like to talk until the ink dry. When the ink is dry, then I talk. Because there are a lot of other things I can talk about, but not until the ink dries. And so, Madam Speaker, all the talk they're talking, tell them, show me the hotel. Show me. They can't show me. Show me the water. They can't show me. Show me the energy. They can't show me. Madam Speaker, we are navigating the complexities of modern tourism. And this type of thinking, forward thinking to position ourselves, this is critically important. That is why we have come up with the plan, the Sustainable Island State. This holistic approach positions St. Kitts as a model for sustainable tourism development. Madam Speaker, we are very proud of what we have done in tourism. And that is what to mention. One hotel. And I can tell you, we are working on more, Madam Speaker, as we speak. Okay, good. All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'll deal with this later. This is the information on the Development Bank lawsuit, because I was asked here as well what is going to happen, Madam Speaker. This is for the wrap-up. Madam Speaker, in 2024, St. Kitts and Nevis Citizenship by Investment Program, now to the CBI, underwent a bold transformation, solidifying its position as a cornerstone of the national economy. The restructuring of the Citizenship by Investment Unit into a statutory body with a robust board of governors, an experienced C-suite, and the establishment of the Office of the Chairman has created a well-aligned framework between the unit and the government. This synergy has already borne fruit, streamlined processing mechanisms, increased applications after we took a hit, and record-breaking revenues since restructuring in 1st October. But of course, we were affected and recovering. Madam Speaker, these achievements showcase the Labour's administration vision and commitment to maintaining the integrity or to efficiency and global competitiveness of the program. Madam Speaker, the restructured CIU has achieved remarkable milestones, including setting a 10-week target for application decisions, implementing a 24-hour response time for applicants, and of course, Madam Speaker, abiding by the 6 principles that were agreed to in 2023 at Park Hyatt, and of course, we are now in the process of transforming even more, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, additionally, cutting-edge technology now tracks and monitors application processing, ensuring transparency and efficiency, Madam Speaker. This is the transformation that we are speaking about. Madam Speaker, the diversified investments options under the program continue to bring tangible benefits to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. For example, the Sustainable Island State Contribution directly supports economic and social development, funding initiatives that uplift every citizen while driving economic diversification. The public benefit option, which has delivered impactful projects thus far, such as the Prime Creative Arts Center, Madam Speaker, where that will have a tremendous impact in our country. Madam Speaker, I've said from the beginning that the CBI program will be my most challenging part of governing. The reason why it was the most challenging, when we got into office, there were questions that had to be answered. Madam Speaker, we had to respond very quickly. We had to disrupt a lot of operations so that our international partners could see that we are serious and that our visa would not be threatened in any way, our visa access to certain regions. Madam Speaker, those were hard and difficult and tough days, but we continue to work through it, Madam Speaker. We work through it, we work through it, we work through it, we work through it, Madam Speaker. So today I can say that the CBI program is on a new path forward, and we'll continue to work to make sure that we strengthen it. I want to say that it's based on the principles of good governance, sustainability, integrity, and so forth, so that our people can benefit, Madam Speaker. I speak very solemn about it because I know the number of things that we had to do in order to bring us to this point, Madam Speaker. And so I want to say that we continue to work to strengthen our CBI program, and it continues to strengthen. Madam Speaker, our path forward for inclusive and sustainable human development, social development, Madam Speaker. For example, the Poverty Alleviation Program evolved into the Livelihood Improvement for Family Transformation, LIFT, that program. Madam Speaker, the decision was a direct response to the need to offer opportunities to benefit our people as well with this cash transfer program. Of course, our senator will speak more to it. But Madam Speaker, I want to say that this program now has now a number of other characteristics to it. We want to apply to it personalized care plans, job training and development workshops, so that those who might be on it can have an opportunity to enhance their skills and opportunities and, of course, build their, what I call, financial empire. Madam Speaker, this social development, and I pointed out before how much money we are spending to protect our people. It's a serious matter, Madam Speaker, a very serious matter, because there are people out there who are saying, we're done with the PAP, and this and that. But when you look at how much we have invested overall to protect our people, Madam Speaker, it is well over $300 million. Approaching, Madam Speaker, $500 million to protect our people. Madam Speaker, we did not end the program. The program is called LIFT. We are still spending well about $26 million, roughly, on this program now, Madam Speaker. 26, well over 5,000 people, Madam Speaker, that we are supporting. And so when people talk about people not on the PAP anymore, but this was the problem, Madam Speaker. People were, in a way, acting as if they're passing money. But that money, nobody knew exactly where it was coming from. It's as if you have a foundation and you're digging a hole, but nobody can see the hole that is being dug until the foundation collapses or until the whole house collapses, Madam Speaker. That is what was happening here. We recognize that because of the mismanagement to act like money is here, Development Bank was ending up in all of the situations, and when I wrap up, I'll speak to the case. And as a result, Social Security was being affected. So why is it you're pretending you're helping on this end, but on the other end, the bank is sinking, and by extension, Social Security will be negatively affected? Why did we have to choose between both? You did not have to choose between both. Is that people must have had ulterior motives. There was a saying in the US, they say, well, hack it until you make it, something like that. Fake it till you make it. You may not make it, but it's definitely fake it. They were faking it, Madam Speaker, faking it. Make it look like the money is dropping out the sky like manna from heaven, or growing on trees, Madam Speaker. And what happened before the last elections, anybody who showed up for political reasons, go on the PAP, go on the PAP, go on the PAP, go on the PAP, go on the PAP. It's a fact. And one has to ask, was this used in order to solicit votes? That's a reasonable question to ask. But what people do not realize, Madam Speaker, is that the foundation of the country was being negatively affected or neglected. And so, you can choose no water. So it's like you're telling people, you ain't deserve no water because you got PAP. So if we run out of water, we run out. No investments there. No electricity. So the people didn't deserve any electricity because you will tell them they have PAP. No Bastia High School. Hospital leaking. St. Peter's Road in the worst condition it's been in since its construction. Madam Speaker, the bank in trouble. Social Security could be affected. And you could have had both if you managed properly, Madam Speaker. It was irresponsible. I want to send that message today. It was irresponsible to run the country, to run down the country, run down the bank. Social Security was started in the 1970s under the leadership of our first national hero, who was once leader of this great party, God bless his soul, His Excellency Sir Robert Llewellyn, fought to bring Social Security. They used to call him all kind of names, the communist, because he wants Social Security. Oh, he going to take from Paul and give John. Oh, he going to take your money and you ain't going to get it back. All sort of abuse he suffered because he told the people we can't think for now, we have to think for later. Establish the Social Security. And it was supposed to be, you're supposed to build a wall around Social Security to protect it because it's the people's money. Social Security was used as a piggy bank because during the budget, they may not have to come here and say how much money they took from Social Security. Madam Speaker, the solvency of Social Security was also being affected when Development Bank was not in a position to pay back the loan. Of course, Social Security would survive, but the solvency would be affected, and it would have to wipe off over $100 million. Madam Speaker, I'm going to speak about it all the time because I'm proud of this administration for stepping in and bailing out Development Bank so that Development Bank could meet its obligation to Social Security and strengthen our Social Security. So that's what you call prioritizing, protecting our most important social safety net. So, Madam Speaker, this is a type of irresponsibility that was practiced, and it was not necessary, Madam Speaker. I will keep saying that. But, Madam Speaker, we continue and remain deeply concerned about the challenges, for example, facing our youth, particularly as it relates to the issue of violence and crime. As I said, I would never play politics with that. Each life is precious. And to address this, we have provided platforms for young people to voice their opinions and share their thoughts on how to mitigate violence. In March, we hosted the inaugural Student Youth Congress, which engaged our young people and solicited their suggestions for reducing crime and violence across the Federation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in October, youth, particularly students, played a vital role in the budget of 2025. Madam Speaker, for fiscal year 2025, looking ahead, we remain committed to providing ongoing opportunities for our youths so that they can voice their opinions, reinforcing the government's dedication to good governance and the promotion of a peaceful and prosperous nation. Madam Speaker, I would say today that I am very proud also of what we have done with respect to the Elevate program as part of our social program as well, in terms of giving youths and young people other opportunities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did not forget our persons who are differently abled, or with persons living with disabilities, rather. That's the correct terminology. We have recently completed the revision of the 2017 Disabilities Policy and the drafting of a Disabilities Bill. We are very serious about it, Madam Speaker. that all should be given the opportunity to participate fully in our federation. Madam Speaker, I want to also mention that the ministry also intends to advance the review of the draft aging policy and draft regulations for the operations of homes for the elderly. Madam Speaker, we have an elderly enrichment program. That's a program that I care so much about. When I was in Cuba, I remember on days that I was off and I would go to the park, I remember seeing the elderly in a particular area. There they're playing dominoes, they're playing chess, they're playing draft. I learned to play some chess with them, Madam Speaker. And they used to have music, like a lot of the musicians who were retired, they used to come back there and that's what they used to do, play music. And the elderly would be dancing and I said, what's happening here? And then the doctor might be next door to take the pressure and sugar. And I realized that even in Cuba, that the elderly were not cast aside. But as a doctor, I remember people calling me to see the elderly, taking very good care of their elders, many of them, but they're in a back room or they're in the bedroom and they're gone all day and they don't have any place to take them. They're just in there sitting. Brain cells dying, developing memory problems, pressure going up, sugar going up because they don't have enough social interaction. And so, Madam Speaker, we decided to start that enrichment program. And we have done it around, and the minister, senator will speak more to it. All around the country, we are going. And they came and sang for me right here. Madam Speaker, they could sing, see? Boy. And they got the, they got spirit. I see them with movies. Some of the elderly went movies for the first time in their life. Maybe some of them can't see the screen good because, they got the little thing, but they're in the movies watching. They went by the Dolphin, took a trip to Nevis, moving around St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. They had the gala. I think they had prom too. They had prom king and prom queen and all sorts of things, Madam Speaker. That program is to say to our people that even after you're retired, you should not be discarded, but you should continue to be valued and given the best opportunity in life. Madam Speaker, the prospect for continued integration of digital solutions in teaching and learning environment are indeed promising. We have successfully deployed digital devices for use by students and teachers across the school network. And I want to thank the Minister of Education for this. He said he will bring laptops and iPads, and not iPads, tablets, and he has done that, Madam Speaker. And we'll continue in 2025 to introduce other important digital solutions to enhance the teaching and learning environment. Madam Speaker, in terms of our technical and vocational education, TVET, the 2025 budget will facilitate significant upgrades at Advanced Vocational Education Center, AVEC, including the integration of immersive simulators such as welding simulator and painting simulator, which utilize virtual reality technology to simulate real-world training experiences while promoting the efficient use of resources. Madam Speaker, this is advancement. This technology is designed to shorten the learning curve and enhance operator skills, to dramatically increase productivity, decrease energy consumption by 50%, reduce waste of consumables, and wear a real equipment and reduce incidents. This is important. In 2025, upgrades at AVEX will also include outfitting of smart classrooms to enhance the teaching and learning experience. Madam Speaker, we already deposited, I think, the funding for the smart classrooms because we are going to transform AVEC, Madam Speaker. But in addition to that, Madam Speaker, as I speak, I want to also add that TVET is important to emphasize the priority of this administration. We have recognized that St. Kitts and Nevis to achieve its vision of a sustainable island state with maximized employment potential. TVET must be given greater prominence within both the education sector and the wider community. Over the past several years, St. Kitts and Nevis TVET Secretariat has worked tirelessly to establish the necessary mechanisms to manage and enhance our national TVET systems effectively. The goal is clear, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our country is equipped with the certified skilled artisans needed to drive the sustainable growth of our economy. I am proud to report that TVET Council is now well positioned to certify our workforce in new and emerging vocations across key sectors, including the blue, green, orange, and digital economies. First time in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. In just 2 years, we have achieved this. Madam Speaker, we have a photovoltaic photovoltaic, solar, and electric vehicle training on the verge of starting at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College and AVEC. St. Kitts and Nevis stands to be on the cutting edge of training and certification. This will ensure that the country has the requisite skill and certified workforce for its transition to greater use of renewable energy resources and technologies, thereby enhancing or advancing our path forward under the renewable energy pillar of the sustainable island state, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the partnership developed with Green Solutions International provides expanded opportunities for nationals to be trained and certified in these key areas. In fact, the CFBC, in collaboration with Green Solutions International SKN Incorporated, a transformative partnership to establish the Caribbean Center of Excellence in Research, Innovation, and Workforce Training in March of this year. The center will focus on bridging the skills gap and fostering lifelong learning in the renewable energy industry. Madam Speaker, it would also drive research initiatives and provide a platform for professionals, entrepreneurs, startups, and established businesses to collaborate and innovate to address national and regional challenges. This pioneering initiative, funded by the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, Small Grants Program, will help to position the CFBC as the regional hub for training in solar PV installation and electric vehicle maintenance and repairs, filling a significant gap in the region as no other nearby institution offers similar comprehensive training and services. The strategic alliance establishes the CFBC as a regional leader in sustainable innovation and skilled workforce development and ensures that CFBC's path forward is effectively aligned with the government's green and diversified economic agenda. Madam Speaker, innovation, moving forward, creating jobs in the green space, Madam Speaker, and the transformation to renewable energy-based energy sectors. Powering progress, Madam Speaker. That's what we're doing. Powering progress. Madam Speaker, I want to say that there are members from Elevate who will also sign up for this course. We already designated a certain part of the budget so that they can go and participate in this course and become certified like the other three, but we're going to be expanding it. That is why we have invested in TVET so heavily. Critically important that we have invested so heavily in TVET. AVEC will no longer be seen as some institution that people who drop out go to. That is done. AVEC will be seen as an innovative center where persons at the cutting edge in innovation can go. I myself might go there and see one or two things and how it works. Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the TVET Council is strategically placed as well to ensure that we can implement this. This is exciting, Madam Speaker. It means, therefore, that when we go more into renewable energy, what does that mean? Our people would have already been certified to take up the jobs. Why would you want to bring people from overseas? If we say we are going to build a sustainable island state, and we say we are going to renewable energy, well, we need the courses to train our people for the new jobs. And with that, I want to thank the Germans who were here recently, and they came from the, I think it's the Craft?
Yes, the Craft and Chamber.
Yeah, the Chamber of Craft, Germany. The Chamber of Craft, Germany. Do you remember when I went to Germany in 2020 and I told you I'm going to work to bring the Germans methodology here because the scientific method is one of the best in the world? Well, that is what we're realizing. They have come and they're helping us, they have helped us with TVET. And so our TVET now is getting ready to take off. And so I want to thank the German Chamber of Craft. Not only that, the Chamber of Craft of Germany has done another thing. When I met with the Chancellor of Germany, Scholz, I told him Germany is already working with us. The Chancellor is equal to the President then, or the Prime Minister. And they are investing heavily to the point where we have students now who are learning German. As soon as they get up to what you call the B1 level, they are going to Germany to work and study. They have completed.
So they're going to be going after Germany.
So you see, they have completed. They pass? Wow, they pass. Kittians now pass German here in St. Kitts and Nevis, ready to go to Germany. And they are going to be paid a salary to study. This is the kind of innovation we're talking about. We want our young people to start to learn German. German is a Germanic language. English, I think, is a Germanic language too. They're close. When I was there, I said, boy, some of these words sound like bad English. That's how close the languages are. And therefore, I want to see more of our young people. I can't wait to see the two first young persons heading to Germany. Be paid to study. That is the type of innovation we're talking about. The only thing I say, how are we going to get them back? Because once they get certified in Germany, they can work anywhere in the EU. But I know they want them in the EU, but we want them back here as well. And so we're going to be training more to go to Germany. And then we're going to ask the Germans to come in to help us again, so that we can see other opportunities going forward. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of this program. The other program, which is the Solar Lab, and the cars that have come in, we have bought the EV cars, the electric vehicles, as they're called, so that we can start the course. We had the Solar Lab donated, and I want to thank Dr. Archibald for his tremendous work in bringing this. Dr. Archibald is from St. Kitts and Nevis, East Bastia. But he's collaborated with us because I was determined that if we are transforming, we must have the certification. So we want people to come to St. Kitts and Nevis to get certified and go back. And so we are going to start fully in next year. Madam Speaker, I move on to sports, creative economy, and small business. Madam Speaker, when we invest in sports, arts, culture, and entrepreneurship, we are not just fostering the individual talents. We are empowering communities and driving sustainable growth that benefits everyone. In the area of sports, we are prioritizing facility upgrades, the promotion of sports tourism, and the enhancement of school sports programs while fostering solid partnerships to provide athletes with training and exposure opportunities. A major milestone, Madam Speaker, for 2025 will be the completion of the new track at Kim Collins National Stadium, along with long overdue renovations to maintain the stand, to the main stand rather, and facilities. Additionally, we are committed to promoting health and development through physical activity by introducing sports nurseries in communities, using sports as a transformative tool for youth and social advancement. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister. He reintroduced football in primary schools. I can't believe football was stopped. What do you mean stop? Oh, during COVID only?
No.
Wow.
Most of them 7 years.
7 years. Even you used to play. No football in primary school, you can imagine that? Where a decision like that was made to stop football in primary school. No netball. I went to St. Peter's to check the netball court after the government change. In dilapidated conditions. I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan. We just, it's all of them. All the netball. So netball ain't got no place in sync. So what the young ladies who normally play, where would they play? And now men want to play netball as well. We had the netball championships here, you know. We had, you know, and I see one of our, you know, coaches, prominent coaches in the audience today. So I'm sure she's happy to see netball back in the primary school. This I can't call me. Back in the primary school. And to see the courts will be being rehabilitated so that netball can once again be recognized. We'll start a netball league in the great state in the new year.
You can call me once they're positive.
Or once they're positive. So I want to thank Mrs. Blanchett for her long years of dedication to netball. Netball is back, and I'm sure she's very happy. The speaker used to play netball too, you know.
So I heard.
Yeah. Nationally. And her sister too, you know.
We didn't bang her off.
You beat them.
Okay. The cabinet beat her? Oh, okay. But the cabinet play game, you know, and the cabinet won. So netball is back, football is back, and I'm sure cricket might be back as well. It's already back. So cricket is back, netball is back, and football is back. When you don't have these things in primary school, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to fall behind. Sports is critically important for development. Not only that people can get scholarships and so forth from sports, but you keep young people, in an organization or in a structured organization that helps to mold them and keep them on the right and narrow path. I remember growing up, Saturday morning you want to play football, Sunday you want to play football, basketball, cricket, you ain't got time to think about nothing else. You ain't got time to go down the road, go line. You will want to play some football, basketball, or cricket. And that is why I'm happy that the sports is back in school. I want to say that part of what the videos did not show is that we now have, coming to us from Germany, a brand new track at the Kim Collins Stadium. Brand new. Let me say this, that the reason why there was a delay, and I think the minister will speak to it, we were given advice from specialists, track specialists in Jamaica of the highest level. Jamaica have some of the best. They advise us on which surface we should buy. And you can't have such a prominent person come in here and give you advice and not take the advice seriously. And that is why there was a delay in the procurement of the track. I want to say that today. Because one track, of course, for our Caribbean conditions, the Jamaicans being the most experienced in track, and they're advising us as to which they think would be the best. But that is already done, so the work is being done on the track. In about 2 weeks or 3 weeks, the Germans are going to be here, and they're going to lay the track. In addition to that, the stadium is going to be fixed up, and that have started. So we expect sports to be held into school in St. Kitts next year. But there's nothing wrong with going Nevis a year. What's wrong with that? I hear people making noise, oh, they're going Nevis. You're talking like they're going to America or somewhere. Even if we have the track, if we can put all the necessary things in place, why can't Nevis have a year? So when I see people making big noise about something going to Nevis, I say, really? So if we are fixing our thing and we had a delay because we choose the best track as advised, what happens if we go over to Nevis? So if something happened over in Nevis and we got to provide the service over here for some time, why not? I almost heard people talking about the next country. My God. But anyway, the sports, not as far as I know at all, one country. So I would say that the Kim Collins is on its way. I want to thank the minister for the development in sports, sports back in school, all sorts of sports things I'm seeing now, and to get the Kim Collins Stadium going. I want to also thank the ministry for the Connery Stadium. You know why the Connery Stadium shocked me so much? You had a government in place that came in and said they're going to build a stadium in Connery. They were there for 7 years. And I kid you not, instead of bringing a stadium to Connery, you know what was Connery Stadium? Sit there, the white pontoon. They brought a white pontoon instead of a stadium, I kid you not, and tell them, change in there. It was a serious matter. Look at this now. You know what, of course, you know what they told the people in Connery? The steel on its way. The steel on its way. After 7 years, the steel on its way. But the boat lasts, all other kind of things. Huh? The steel on its way. If you look close, you're going to see the pontoon right there. We started the Labour administration under Dr. Denzel Douglas then, when Earl Ashley Martin was the minister. I advocated for Connery as I was coming in as a candidate. And they fenced the whole of Connery with the intention to then build out the stadium. Government changed, and all they brought for Connery was a white pontoon and tell them that's your stadium.
We didn't get anything at all.
And nothing at all for you. Well, don't even talk about St. Peter's. Me never going there. I mean, look at it, and I want to thank the Minister of Sports. So, we're going to do another one in another community next year.
Village again.
So that young people can have positive things to do. And this was built by a young man from Connery, Ellison Isaac. They call him Jeff. He was the one in 2014 who fenced it, and now he had to wait 7 years to come back and build it. Because the previous administration who promised them all they deliver was the white pantoon. That is what you call sports development in creative economy. They talk about creative economy and all sorts of things they're going to do for creative economy. Madam Speaker, the establishment of the Creative Arts Center is coming to St. Kitts and Nevis as a public good. Coming in 2025, Madam Speaker. Jobs again, opportunities again, Madam Speaker, for our people right here. Performing Arts Center where the ballerinas can go, the musicians can go. Who else can go there? Everybody can go there. You could go there to watch a show. If you can't dance, watch a dance. Sing. If you can't sing, listen to the tune. Dramatize. Madam Speaker. And so we believe that those of our people who are in what we call the creative arts or the creative economy should have a proper facility to develop their skills, and our people can go to watch, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of that, and the Minister will speak more to that. But to say, in 2025, we expect the Performing Arts Center construction to start, because we are at that point, and planning is now reviewing. Madam Speaker, in healthcare, I've spoken a lot about the hospital. It will stay in number 3, and it will be called Joseph N. France General Hospital, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in building that hospital, we are going to create what you call a health city. A health city will have the veterinary school, the human medical school, and then it would have the hospital with a research center, Madam Speaker. It will be the first of its kind as a health city, Madam Speaker, in the Eastern Caribbean, and I want to believe in the Caribbean as a whole. And so I am very, very proud of what we are bringing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are bringing the MRI. The MRI facility is going to be state-of-the-art. You saw the building being constructed. It has to build to it has specifications that you must abide by in order to bring a piece of equipment like that. Madam Speaker, the CT scan machine is here. And the CT scan machine is 125 slice, I think, or 128 slice. 128. Very advanced CT scan. In addition to that, we have bought an injector with the CT scan. What would that injector do? It can diagnose coronary heart disease. What it means, you could look in your heart and see if the artery is blocked. We don't have that in St. Kitts and Nevis. And therefore, we'll be able to diagnose more heart issues. And guess what? Our good friends in Germany want to participate with us to read our imaging. And I want to thank Dr. Laws, who have been working tirelessly hard on this with us, Madam Speaker. That is transformation. Madam Speaker, if you look at the hospital, when you go in the hospital foyer, it's a total transformation. And I want to thank the Cable, TDC, and others who partner with us to transform the foyer or the entrance of the hospital. Beautifully laid out, beautifully done. They've done an excellent job, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, a lot of work has been done at the hospital. Do you know that this year, PAHO declared that St. Kitts Nevis has the shortest wait time of any emergency room in the OECS? And I believe it is the Caribbean. Shortest wait time. I know sometimes our people go there and they have to wait a bit. And we want to cut the wait time, of course, to as little as possible. But when compared to the rest, we are leading. We are leading. I know sometimes when you get sick, you become impatient. But when it comes pound for pound, we now have the shortest wait time in the emergency room before a health professional sees you. Shortest. Madam Speaker, we were the only country in 2023 on earth that had no child between 1 and 4 die. Because of the Children's Medical Fund, Madam Speaker. Because of the Children's Medical Fund. That is a very progressive fund. You can imagine a mother can sleep tonight, a father can sleep tonight, a guardian can sleep tonight because they know, I don't want anything to happen to my child, but if anything were to happen, I know I can go and see Dr. Drew. And if anybody out there hearing my voice, if the doctor tell you your child needs surgery to save their life, come to government headquarters and say, come see my prime minister, I got a doctor paper that says my child ain't get look after, he gone dead. Or she gone die. In local palace. Don't afraid to come. The condition is you have the doctor paper and the doctor says the child has a life-threatening disease and has to travel urgently. Don't get tied up in no red tape. For nobody come ask you all kind of question while the child dying. I will say to you, Madam Speaker, under the previous administration, children used to die. Because mothers used to walk around with sponsor sheet. Imagine a mother have a child dying and coming by you. You could sponsor me $100, please, because I got to get my child overseas. You see the anguish in the mother's eyes, the pain in their hearts. The child lying, dying. They have no money. And the only hope is a GoFundMe page or sponsor sheet. But how I could allow that to happen when I see how these children used to die when many of them could have been alive? How? And you hear them out there criticizing the Children's Medical Fund, talking about which farm to full out. No full out no farm. You don't need no farm. As long as the doctor said the child got to go, that is enough for me. Full out farm, here and farm, there and farm, and the child dying. What farm you come telling me about? That is why this is critically important. I know I get a little emotional when I talk about it because I've seen these children die. It's critically important. If the doctor gives you that form and tells you that the child has to go overseas because the child is dying, you can come directly to my office. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, we're able to save a lot of children. We were able to help, for example, the young man who just passed. Kevon, correct? Yeah. Yes. He was able to travel very quickly and at least get a chance. He got a chance, you know. At the end of the day, the Creator determines these things, but at least we did what we had to do. Two conditions you need, you know. A child and you have the doctor people. You never need the parents. You never need a guardian. Because that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to get the child where the child needs to go. Madam Speaker, there was a child in Needsmos who was my godchild, who had a medical condition and the mother needed to take the child overseas, Madam Speaker. And the child ended up in the hospital, and I was praying hard. The elections were the 5th of August. I said, Lord, just let the child live. I mean, God controls everything. I can only pray, but He knows. Just let the child live until the 6th, when the election is declared. Because the first decision I will make is to send the child to get the surgery. But it so happened that the child died just before the elections. And people talking about surplus after surplus. The mother here, the mother there, sponsor sheet, GoFundMe, begging, making calls. I'm not saying that the child would have lived, but I'm saying that the child had a chance. That is why we have the Children's Medical Fund. So when I hear people criticizing that, I want to know, what are they talking about? That is what they used to do, farm to full out, run here, run there, and they just know them, the mama guy and the people. Every minute on the phone when I was a doctor, call this person, call that person, call that person. Dr. Joe, fill out, write the thing for me so I could get the sponsor sheet. Put your stamp on it so you could say, Dr. Joe said this, so I could get the sponsor sheet because the child is dying and I need the money. And then come talk about, they shouldn't have said anything about health care. There are challenges yet, but you left a lot of things that should not have been there. We are working on it. If you keep talking on it, I'll expose you. The past Minister of Health got $40,000 as honorarium. One more hour. I'm joking, I'm almost done. The past Minister of Health got $40,000. For what? Says she work on front line.
Wow.
Nurses, nothing. EMTs, nothing. Doctors, nothing. Police, nothing. The real people on the front lines, nothing. But the minister, who knows nothing about frontline work, who was in she house most of the time, got $40,000. And all these people who are on the front line risking their lives, nothing. And come talking about, oh, the nurse this and oh, the doctor this. There are issues, yes. They had doctors on step. In St. Kitts and Nevis, they had doctors on step. When I came in, I took all the doctors off of step. I said, the doctor in St. Kitts is supposed to work on a step. That is a decision that we made. And they come talk about this and that and that and that. There are issues to work out, I can't say no, but no doctors in St. Kitts working on no step. They sent doctors to Taiwan. And when the doctors come back here, they could not practice. And all they had to do was pick up the phone, call a country, and take the children, or the students rather, because they were adults, to do their internship and come back to St. Kitts and practice. And they come talk about health care. Health care? Really? And had doctors on step? Ambulance without oxygen? And a minister talking about ambulance expensive? Hospital leaking? You got to get buckets? No MRI, you had to go to a biomedical center, aka monkey farm for MRI. There were people in the hospital who needed MRI and could not be transported. I'm not saying if they had the MRI, they would have lived or died, but at least the MRI would have helped to determine how to take care of them. That's what we call neglect. And that is why we are changing that by powering progress for our people. Madam Speaker. So none of them could talk to me about health. Not one of them. Madam Speaker. So I think when it comes to health, they really should be quiet on that matter. Madam Speaker, I want to also say that we are transforming because we are looking at the Bastia Health Center, either to reconstruct it or when the new hospital moved to put the Bastia Health Center where the hospital presently is. St. Peter's will become a polyclinic, Madam Speaker, so that it can serve the very large area, Madam Speaker. And so I want to say that health will continue to receive its investments and move forward. Madam Speaker, law and order and citizen security, and I see the leaders who are here today. Let me start by really commending the Commissioner and his force. Let me commend the acting commander and his force, and the immediate past commander and others. Madam Speaker, they have been working tirelessly hard. I must commend them. And so I think it's important that we recognize their hard work and their contribution. And so to Commissioner Sutton and Acting Commander Sutton, they're not brothers. I want to thank them for their leadership and for all those who serve under their leadership. And for all those who are in national security, in the prisons as well, immigration, customs, wherever you work, I want to really thank you. So Commissioner Dorset, I want to thank him. And then we have Jeffers at immigration, and then we have De Silva at customs. So I want to thank them for their hard work. Madam Speaker, as I turn, I want to say that the issue of national security is critically important. But we have shifted from just national security to citizen security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say and extend to all the families who would have lost anyone due as a result of senseless killings, to extend our deepest condolences to them. As I've said, crime should not be used as a political issue. And I'm not going to speak today to try to gain any political credit on anything. Crime is a national issue. And I want to say that all of us should work together. I said it in opposition and in government. I'm doing it. And we are doing it. It's important. It's a national issue. So, Madam Speaker, it's imperative that we adopt the all-of-society approach, engaging communities, families, schools, civil society, and law enforcement to address the root causes of this complex problem, Madam Speaker. Together, we must foster resilience, create opportunities, and dismantle the conditions that allow gang activity to thrive. Madam Speaker, on September 6, we launched a 90-day campaign against violence and crime. And, Madam Speaker, we had all participated. The person who brought this specific idea, I would say that when it comes to health from a public health perspective, that is what it means, all hands on deck. That's one, but also looking at it from a holistic perspective. Let me say we have an expert here who deals with that, and that person is Dr. Isben Williams. I want to thank him for really helping in terms of his expertise. He was the keynote speaker in Trinidad and Tobago at the invitation of Prime Minister Rowley of Trinidad and Tobago to be the keynote speaker on the issues of crime and violence from a public health perspective, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had a spike in this country. We know what we went through. But I was determined, along with others, that this can be curtailed and we must do everything to deal with it. My approach was bring the whole of society together, not by talk, because anytime this issue of crime and violence stretches back decades, this is nothing new. But anytime persons would, in a sense, talk about whole of society, then I don't know if they really meant whole of society. But whole of society for me means whole of society, including the opposition parties. And so PAM was invited, CCM, NRP. The initial meeting, everybody showed up except PLP, which was sad. And then to add fire to fury, they were saying that they were not invited. And we had to publish the email to show that they were invited. And then on the next meeting, they did show, Madam Speaker. And so I'm happy that all the major political parties in St. Kitts and Nevis came together to say to the country that crime is a national issue and we have to unite against it, Madam Speaker. And so on September 6th, we launched the 90-day campaign. And this idea of the 90-day campaign came from Austin Edinburgh. He had the idea and he brought the idea forward. Ideas came from multiple people. The initiative was founded on the principle that crime and violence can no longer be seen just as a law enforcement issue. There are also public health concerns that are affecting the well-being of our people and communities, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, in the broader sense, from a public health perspective, mean to apply the scientific principles of public health to deal with crime and violence. Everything is accounted for in the public health approach, including law enforcement. Everything is accounted for. It is a scientific body that unites everything that can deal with crime and violence. The others are specialized in their areas. Law enforcement specialized here. Social intervention specialized there. Education specialized there. This specialized there. However, the scientific body of public health brings all of the moving parts together and unite them so that we can deal with this issue comprehensively with all hands on deck. Madam Speaker, as a practicing doctor, I understand what this means. And I understand, looking at the data over the many years, that this crime and violence will grow and grow if we were not to intervene effectively. Madam Speaker, no plaster could work. Because if you have a program that is one side showing this and the next side it is hidden, you are fooling the people as to what is really taking place. Because, Madam Speaker, the audit from Development Bank will reveal a number of things, and names in there too. We have to get it right. We spoke about getting it right. Let's truly help our people to get on the right path, Madam Speaker. And so we have established, Madam Speaker, a Secretariat for Citizen Security that has been established to support the holistic well-being of the individual, whether they are affected by violence directly or not. Citizen security, we're taking it a bit further, Madam Speaker. This is part of our comprehensive approach to the safety and well-being of citizens, aligning with international best practice. We will focus on what is necessary to secure the individual, ensuring that every citizen, resident, and visitor can live, work, and play in a safe environment. That is what citizen security is. Law enforcement is critical. National security, sometimes the terminologies can be almost the same. But for clarity, this one deals with almost everything. National security will claim that as well, but citizen security, I think, is a little more comprehensive. The concept, the idea, which is now being implemented across the region, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is science. It will work. We just have to put in the work as a society. It will work. There's no doubt. Madam Speaker, over that 90 days, we have to admit that there was a significant drop in shootings, over a 66% drop, Madam Speaker. The work was tedious and meticulous, and I want to thank Ms. Erta Carrion, our Minister, Senator, for her hard work, Minister Iselin Phillip, who cheered up this for making sure that all is on. So, Madam Speaker, let me give you some statistics. So I'm pleased to report that on December 6, 2024, our government, through Citizen Security Secretariat, unveiled the findings of our groundbreaking 90-day campaign against crime and violence. The results speak volumes about the progress we are making in safeguarding our nation, with a significant 20% reduction. It says 19, but I'm advised it's 20. Reduction in overall reported crimes and an impressive 66% decrease in firearms related over the previous 3 months. Madam Speaker, this didn't happen by accident. That's why I say we have to really applaud our law enforcement. The leadership is here, and I want you to take back our appreciation for your hard work and dedication and commitment. It would be remiss of me if I don't extend that. And the whole of Parliament has already extended its gratitude. Madam Speaker, the St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force provided detailed statistics, insights highlighting that reported crimes dropped from 306 in second quarter of 2024 to 247 in third quarter. A clear testament that the campaign's impact. Furthermore, firearm-related offenses have also declined, with 13 illegal firearms. No, it is now 18 illegal firearms seized so far. When we had the amnesty, we have seized more firearms outside of the period of amnesty than before, outside than the amnesty period itself. 18, Madam Speaker, 18. This is critical. Let me say, we chaired the council meeting here. I'm going to finish soon. We chaired the council meeting here. And the council meeting revealed, Madam Speaker, the Turks and Caicos came to St. Kitts and Nevis. The governor of Turks and Caicos came to St. Kitts and Nevis, asking for assistance because of what is happening there. Really got out of hand. One of the things that was revealed is that they discovered one firearm that was responsible for 38 shootings. So each firearm that comes off the street is significant. So taking off 18 is a significant achievement. And so I want to thank again the security forces. Madam Speaker, our government will continue to prioritize enhancing our security forces with skills in forensic crime scene analysis, crime detection and prevention, and equally important, cyber security, Madam Speaker. This includes expanding our use of artificial intelligence for predictive policing, integrating drones, and cyber defenses. Madam Speaker, we are using a lot of technology. Nothing, all the success you're seeing, this success is not by accident. This is by careful planning and being innovative, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have also expanded our CCTV. You see all kind of nonsense on social media. But what you said the name? Walrus? Oh, Walrus. With the fake Times Caribbean, telling people about CCTV and all sorts of things. We're going to expand it, Madam Speaker. We're expanding it. And it's an important aspect of our plan, and I want to thank again the Republic of China, Taiwan for partnering with us. Madam Speaker, I want to say that we continue to work. We are now moving to implement a system, a coastal radar system, to help us, and this is in partnership with the United States Regional Maritime Awareness Capability Team. So I want to thank the United States government for its partnership to establish that system. We're going to be able to see everything that goes in and out of St. Kitts and Nevis. We're going to use the technology. We're going to step up because the security of our people is critically important. It's fundamentally important, Madam Speaker, and we're not going to risk it. That is why we are investing so heavily and partnering with other persons and other organizations. Madam Speaker, but we look at it from of course, the law enforcement perspective with all of this investment, but I met with Tony Blair, past Prime Minister of Great Britain. He came here to pay me a visit just recently, I think you all saw. And we were discussing security matters, and he said to me, he said, Prime Minister, one of the things that you can think about is to be tough on crime, but also tough on the causes of crime. Tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. So if the causes of crime would have to do with lack of opportunities, then create opportunities. That's being tough on the causes of crime. Critically important. That is what we want in this country. Tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime, Madam Speaker. That is why we are expanding our sporting, our sporting activities. That is why we are expanding creative economy. That is why we are expanding learning opportunities. All of this is being tough on the causes of crime, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, I want to say that we continue to work to do that. Madam Speaker, in 2024, we had the Summer Sea Cadet Program for our young people, 12 to 18, Madam Speaker. We also had the St. Kitts Nevis Defence Force and Coast Guard, who are the St. Kitts Nevis Defence Force, or the security forces rather, that had a summer soccer camp where we targeted persons aged 7 to 17. And this was in collaboration with True Life. True Life is from the United Kingdom. As a matter of fact, the BBC was here recently to do an interview. And the BBC interviewed me because of that program. They heard about the program in Britain. They went back and they spoke about it. They wanted to do some, I would say, a documentary on Cole. That's what's his name? Cole Palmer. And they wanted to know, well, we want to know about this program that you have. And I want to thank Sergeant O'Dane and the others who are so critical for a program like this. This is what you call being tough on the causes of crime. If young people don't have good activities to do, create activities for them. That is what we are doing. And Madam Speaker, you will see the BBC documentary soon. We're going large. We're going large. Large, Madam Speaker. That is what we are talking about. And so, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work on that. I have spoken about Elevate, and that we're going to get people from Elevate to now sign up to do certification courses and to become TVET certified as well, so that they can build out their lives in a positive way. We will not give up on them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would say that we'll keep working on that as much as possible. Madam Speaker, in the area still of national security, I want to jump to the National Drug Council. The National Drug Council has already commenced the implementation of the drug policy with training of 30 frontline workers through the Universal Prevention Curriculum Core Course. This program will equip participants with the skills to identify and address substance abuse in our communities. Madam Speaker, substance abuse is linked a lot of times to mental health. and therefore we have to make sure. We have launched a mental health program here in St. Kitts and Nevis, because mental health is important, Madam Speaker. There are people with mental health who act in different ways. When people act out because they have mental health issues, let's not propagate it as politics. Find out what are the issues. Don't use people for political reasons. Be responsible. Again, you know who propagate all of these things? Walrus. With the fake Times Caribbean. That is what they are doing, Madam Speaker, trying to present St. Kitts in a bad light, Madam Speaker. That even when you have positive results, they're trying to twist the positive results still in a negative way. I mean, how do you do that? Just for political gain. Madam Speaker, I want to say in November 2024, moving on, we issued our new digitally read e-passport, the first of its kind in the OECS and CARICOM. Leading again, Madam Speaker. Leading, Madam Speaker. Leading. Just like I said, we are leading on solar technician training, and we are leading on EV training, and we are sending people to Germany first, in the OECS here. And now I'm talking about we now have the most advanced passport in this region, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, in addition to our kiosk machine, the kiosk machine is where you put your passport and you go. But Madam Speaker, we're not stopping there. We are upgrading to a new system, Madam Speaker. It's going to come to the point that when you come to the airport, you fill out a form before you get there. By the time you get there, all you do is walk through. Just walk. The computers pick you up and all kind of things. You grab the thing and you go. We're going to be the first to do that, Madam Speaker. We're very close to it. Very close to it. St. Kitts will have the most advanced system. Most advanced passport, most advanced system as well. That's innovation, Madam Speaker. But of course, these things take planning. And the results of them the results take some time to fully realize. So, Madam Speaker, as a result of our endeavors in the national security space, the following pieces of legislation were passed, and I want to thank the AG. Multiple pieces: Firearm Amendment Act, Justice Interference Prevention, Offences Against the Persons Amendment, Anti-Smuggling of Migrants, Immigration Amendment Act, Voluntary Bill of Indictment Act, Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Act. Madam Speaker, we also want to make sure we deal with this comprehensively so that our people can be, of course, have the best environment to live in. So, Madam Speaker, I know the AG will go into some of the details of these, but I wanted to mention these acts to show that the AG has been working hard with his legislative agenda to make sure that we get things done. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that in the area of law enforcement, national security, citizen security, we have invested heavily. What are we now looking at? The center that is next to Limekeel, that was abandoned by the former administration. That building next to Limekeel, that was a building being funded for the law enforcement, and it was being funded by the Europeans, and all sorts of things happened, and it was left abandoned. The contractor went back to St. Lucia. He had won the bid, and whatever happens, it is sad that that building is there. But we have committed, Madam Speaker, to doing it, and we have included in our budget as well. So, Madam Speaker, I would say that St. Kitts and Nevis continues to act against the smuggling of people. We want people to know that St. Kitts and Nevis is not a safe haven to smuggle people. We are working hard to make sure that smuggling of people is not done in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are investing in cybersecurity education, and at this time, I want to make another announcement. I made one, which was two. Huh? With Scouter. Yes. Good? Yes. All right. As simple as it looks, when I talk about the security, the new system at the airport, that system will be the best in the Caribbean. That will generate a lot of revenue as well. And we have estimated how much. We will be the leaders in that. But I want to say today, Madam Speaker, that we have signed a contract with a company called Protexa from Canada. In the first instance, Madam Speaker, to train and provide jobs for 100 of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And that course is due to start in January, Madam Speaker. That would provide jobs for those persons, Madam Speaker, and they will become certified in cyber security with guarantee of international jobs. They will be certified to work around the world, Madam Speaker, and they can work from the comfort of their homes. This allows us to strengthen our cyber security. This allows young people to get jobs, Madam Speaker, and international jobs. This allows our people to get training. You remember the days when our people only used to go to Canada to pick apples and so forth? Nothing wrong with that. But now we are saying, we are stepping up. We want our people to train and to be certified. And so this will provide, in the first instance, 100 good-paying jobs for our young people once they become certified, to start in January, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to now move on to energy. And the Minister of Energy will, of course, speak on this matter. But, Madam Speaker, we have an ambitious goal to generate 100% of our energy and electricity from renewable energy by 2030, and this is within reach, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are committed to maintaining continuity in the delivery of quality electricity services throughout our transformative process. To that end, I want to thank SCELEC for its tremendous work. Madam Speaker, no new generators were bought in the 7 years, Madam Speaker, maybe except if they bought something was small. The minister is not here, but I would have asked him. But I doubt any new generators were bought by SCELEC. 7 years, no new generators, and some of them running around talking about they had to turn off electricity and electricity bill. They should not talk, Madam Speaker. I'm not saying they can't talk. I believe in democracy and everything. I'm just saying they should not talk. Because they were there for 7 years and not one generator. Nada. That is why they could talk about surplus after surplus, because if you're not buying up your money, or you pretend you got money. If we did not step in, we would have been a state where electricity reliability would have been almost non-existent, Madam Speaker. We had to step in, Madam Speaker, and invest. I remember saying to the minister, I have met with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And I discussed with the Saudis, from the Saudis fund, that can we arrange to have a concessional loan of $40 million to buy 2 brand new spanking generators, as we used to say. Spanking, correct? That's what they used to say in the old days. 2 new generators. Madam Speaker, these new generators can work with different sources of energy. They can work with renewable energy, and they can work with the traditional sources of fossil fuel. They have dual function, Madam Speaker. 9 megawatts each. Together, they will offer 18 megawatts to St. Kitts and Nevis, which is more than half of the total generation capacity of our present power station. Madam Speaker, that is a tremendous investment. No generators. Imagine you're there for 7 years. You ain't buying a generator. We ain't there for 2 years good, and you want us to get all the generators. Come on, man. Where's the reasonableness? Where is the reasonableness? 7 years, no generator. And they have the heart or the gall to talk about. Eh? Huh? No generator bought. And if they bought any, it's the small dingy ones then. Huh? We have invested $40 million for energy, because how can you run a modern economy with no energy? Each time the electricity goes, it's affecting our economy. The other night we had to shut down the plant, Madam Speaker. We had to shut down the plant. And all sorts of people talking, oh, they shut down the plant. But the minister quickly got there. I called the manager said the minister is in the meeting. The minister left there, he went to the generation plant, and he did a live and brought the people up to date. People well want to report, oh, skeleton collapse. But you ain't buying a generator, but you're talking about skeleton collapse. Did they buy any generator in the 7 years?
No fixed capacity generation.
No fixed capacity generation. Zero. No fixed capacity generation. Zero.
Last time, Labour.
Labour. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? That is how they left the country. No water, no energy, no roads, no this, no that, and a bank failing and social security affected. And then want to pressure this government that you're supposed to deliver everything in 2 years. Madam Speaker.
About $1 billion is for the generators plus battery energy.
Plus battery energy storage. You see, modernization. And the Minister of Energy will speak more to that. That is what we are about, Madam Speaker. To ensure that St. Kitts has the necessary infrastructure to build a sustainable island state. We can't just think for now. We have to think for the future. If you don't think for the future and plan for the future, you will be left out of the future. And as a matter of fact, you'll be left out of the present as well. Because the future just don't appear. It just doesn't appear. The future appears because of what you do in the present. What you do in the present will determine the future. We have some influence on the future. And therefore, I'm saying that I'm proud of Skelec for the work that it has done. And these generators are going to be here, I think, in another year or so.
The process has started.
The process has started.
Procurement process.
And that means that when the generators come, that will help to resolve every minute electricity going. That is foresight, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to touch, and I know the Minister will touch on it, that we are going to also invest in renewable energy. And in renewable energy, we are going to move on solar energy generation. And I want to make another announcement here, Madam Speaker. How many announcements have I made so far? Two. A brand new hotel, training for the young people in cybersecurity, with good paying jobs for the young people. And the third one, Madam Speaker, we are now negotiating to start the procurement process. The Foreign Minister of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and myself negotiated and discussed a 50-megawatt solar plant for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, what they were doing? I can't understand what they were doing. Solar and battery. What were you doing? How you could leave a country without energy and water? How? That's where our priority is. We have to get back to the basics. Madam Speaker, no energy, no water, hospital leaking, ambulance no oxygen, and then surplus after surplus. Oh, that makes sense. That can't make sense. It's like you go into a man's house and he say, boy, I got money, but he water now, and he not got no energy on, no electricity on, his toilet can't flush. And he's saying, boy, yes, I got money. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense to anybody? And then this government now, administration, rather, we have to come in and clean up all of that. That is causing the government well over $250 million. Investment after investment of the very basic things. Water and energy and hospital and these things. That's why they don't come, you know. That's why they don't come.
They continue to disrespect the parliament.
Because they know the truth of everything. Huh? Surplus of problems. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are moving quickly. We are having another innovative innovation in energy, where we'll have the smart meter devices. Madam Speaker, we are already guaranteed the loan for those smart meter devices to help people to manage their energy use even better. Madam Speaker, as I speak, We will talk about later the electric vehicle transition policy, the actions plan, and the small-scale distributed renewable energy regulations. Madam Speaker, these are critically important. You know what that means? For example, we want to reach a point where you can have a little solar panel on your house. You could have what you call a buyback tariff, which means you sell energy, you take the difference, you get some money. If you use less than, you contribute.
That happened in 2025.
And that would happen in 2025, Madam Speaker. Innovation. Innovation. So a man could say, boy, let me go buy my solar panel, I'm going to an electricity bill. And if I send in enough, I'm going to get back a change. Innovation, Madam Speaker, because we're going to have the battery storage to go with it. Both that what we are doing with the Saudis, and when we get the 50 megawatt solar plant, it will have battery storage as well. Madam Speaker, the future is bright. That's why people have confidence in St. Kitts and Nevis. I told the crews in the industry, we're going to have enough energy for you in the next year and a half. So when you start to look for home porting, St. Kitts is on the list. The minister is here. Member from number 2. That is what we call proper planning, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I have spoken about the water and our investments. I've spoken about what we did in K-On, Madam Speaker. So no need to speak to that again. I've spoken about the desalination plant and the heavy investment, Madam Speaker. So we have done that. Madam Speaker, let me touch on information and communication technology. Critically important. Madam Speaker, the digital revolution has transformed the way we communicate, access information, and conduct business. Digital technologies have become essential tools in our daily lives. In particular, they are important for advancing economic development, social empowerment, and good governance. Moreover, digital transformation is central to achieving our vision for a sustainable island state. It supports the efficient storage and dissemination of data and information needed for responsive planning and decision-making, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2025, the Department of Technology intends to establish the foundation for a digital skills economy within the government service to encourage public officers to rethink their business processes and incorporate digital tools while encouraging greater collaboration and efficiency, Madam Speaker. We believe that this will ignite a culture of innovation and creativity across the public service and the country in general. We are also targeting the business community in this regard. Throughout 2024, the Department of Technology, in conjunction with the OAS and SBDC on St. Kitts and SEDU, or SEDU on Nevis, has implemented training geared towards moving the operations of small businesses online. The imperative to promote online business operations was a lesson learned during COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, we are moving very quickly to achieve this, and therefore it is important that we build out the IT. I want to thank the minister responsible for the IT transformation, to thank the IT department, and to also thank the Honourable Nigel Carty, past member of this House, for his leadership on this as well, and all those who work with him. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in collaboration with the Republic of China, Taiwan, we are going to have a new digital identity system, Madam Speaker. We are establishing a solid foundation, and our government, through partnership, will achieve this. Madam Speaker, that means a lot. It means that on your phone you will have your digital ID. We are seeking to implement this in 2025 to early 2026. And I'm sure that we'll be one of the most advanced countries with this piece of technology. Madam Speaker, again, we are being innovative, we are being proactive, we are creating a society that will be able to rival any on this earth. I oftentimes ask myself the question, why is it when we travel to the United States, we are in awe? And we go to Europe, we're in awe with their development. And we go to another country and we're in awe. And I ask myself the question, what they have that we don't have? They got people, we got people too. They got brains, we got brains too. They got ideas, we have ideas too. But why is it we would seek to say that they are advanced and we are advancing, or they are developed and we are developing? So why can't we develop? What is stopping us? Madam Speaker, what is stopping us is lack of foresight, and not having strategic planning over time. How can you build a modern country without water? How can you build a modern country without energy? How can you build a modern country without IT? How can you build a modern country if your people are not trained, Madam Speaker? How can you build a modern country if your people have no financial education? How can you build a modern country if your people don't have access to health? We can achieve these things, Madam Speaker, if we choose to make sure that we put the right strategies in place. And that is why it's important that these type of planning, they are done. Because if we don't plan like this, Madam Speaker, we're going to be lagging behind too much as a region all the time. And instead of becoming innovative, we started to depend too heavily on the CBI, Madam Speaker. The CBI is critically important, it should be protected. And that is critically important because it helps the economy. It should be a sector that we make sure continue to deliver to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. But you can't abandon agriculture, and abandon healthcare, and abandon almost everything else because you feel that this goose is laying the golden egg, and therefore I don't care about anything else. Well, if you got depending on the goose every day, you kill the goose. And especially if the goose is not totally your own. But we can do things in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, that can help us to propel, get to that developed state. That is why we want a sustainable island state to be developed, Madam Speaker. And so it irks me when I hear people talking about, this is not necessary or what is happening. What do you mean what is happening? Water is happening, energy is happening, IT is happening, saving the bank is happening, saving Social Security is happening, spending over $250 million for socio-economic support to our people. Madam Speaker, these things are critically important. And of course, we're always looking for ways to help our people. That is why new hotel come in. That is why we have the training in cybersecurity for our young people. That is why we can generate income from our ports as well, Madam Speaker. That is why we are bringing renewable energy to lower the cost of energy. When you lower the cost of energy, you have the potential to have a lower electricity bill. And a state where our people can say to the world, we have reliable energy. Madam Speaker, this is where we are heading, and this takes investments and foresights and prioritization, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, we are working hard to do a number of these things, Madam Speaker, so that we can help you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I want to now turn to the last section, which is to deal with the medium-term fiscal and debt outlook and growth targets, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the world is changing, and exogenous shocks have become a regular feature of our lived reality as a small island developing state. We're therefore adopting a comprehensive strategy for economic diversification in order to build economic resilience. Our goal is to build an economy that leverages both traditional strengths and new industries, particularly exploiting the opportunities for expanding services, ICT, and renewable energy sectors. In fact, the sustainable economic expansion and diversification pillars outlined in the Sustainable Island State Agenda were identified to promote the transition of our country to high productivity within a service-oriented economy. This, we believe, holds great promise for improved microeconomic and fiscal outcomes and improve living standards. Over the medium term, we anticipate the implementation of major public and private sector projects which will stimulate growth in construction and tourism sectors with spin-off activities in other sectors such as wholesale and retail and trade and transport, storage and communications. The 2025 estimates therefore outlines the policies, programs and projects that have been identified to nurture the seed we have planted. Madam Speaker, we invite all citizens to join resources with the government to facilitate sustainable growth and development from which a transformed St. Kitts and Nevis will emerge for the benefit of all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the seed, we are now ready to implement a sustainable economic expansion and Diversification Plan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with respect to the anticipated fiscal outturn for 2024, based on data available as of October, we are projecting a total expenditure of 916 million, surpassing revenues, and I estimated at 700 and... All right. I'm going too fast? All right. You sure? All right. So, Madam Speaker, this revenue performance, where we saw a decline, reflects a 22% drop compared to 2024, mainly due to decrease in contributions from the Citizenship by Investment program, Madam Speaker. The economy was significantly dependent on the CBI program, and therefore, we have decided that we need to diversify. We had to do too many things in order to make sure that we save the program that affected us. However, as explained, the CBI program is on a new path and is back to recovery. But in addition to that, all that I've mentioned thus far and other things I'll mention is to make sure that our economy can diversify. Madam Speaker, however, this outcome is a direct result of strategic decisions made and aim at safeguarding our nation's long-term stability and investing in critical priorities, Madam Speaker. So what we had to do, Madam Speaker, while we realized this, we made the decision to invest in critical areas like water, energy, training, so that our country does not fall behind, Madam Speaker. So when I said that the CBI program would be the most challenging that we face, or I face, it is because the country had become too dependent on the CBI program. So anything that affected the CBI program would affect our economy. Madam Speaker, the expenditure performance reflects our Labour administration's commitment, and I've already said where the investment went, for our people and the future of our nation. Key investments include budgetary support to essential institutions like SCELEC, the payment of an 8% salary increase to civil servants, and the historic implementation of the government's contributory pension scheme for salaried workers employed after 2012 and all government auxiliary employees. Most notable, Madam Speaker, we have delivered on the long-standing promise to commence pension payments to retired GAE workers, recognizing their invaluable service to our nation. These measures demonstrate our commitment to advancing fairness, inclusivity, and long-term sustainability. We are proud to have delivered on these promises for the betterment of our people, putting more in our people's pocket. Madam Speaker, this is critically important, what I just mentioned. The GAE workers for years, Madam Speaker, worked. In 2012, the former Labour administration passed a law so that this issue could have been addressed. And the 7 years of the previous administration, Madam Speaker, nothing done to address the issues of our GAE workers. Then I asked myself the question, if you ain't do all them things for your people, but where the money gone, Madam Speaker? To the point where the Development Bank ended up in such grave financial situations. What happened there, Madam Speaker? The GAE workers were left. Those are the crossing guards. I said to the crossing guards today, they had nothing in here for you. You were not supposed to get a pension. The island constables, the environmental workers, nothing was in here for you. They cut your gratuity. Thousands of you will be positively impacted because we started your GAE pension. I mean, you go up the hospital and you see people working up there for years and no pension for them. And the last administration cut their gratuity by 2/3. Madam Speaker, we corrected that, brought them out at NEMA and gave them the rest of their money. And then people want to say nothing is being done for the ordinary people of this country. Yet all these GAE workers, we brought them here, Madam Speaker, in front of the government headquarters, the government that they worked for, and corrected that wrong, Madam Speaker. making sure that the GAE workers could get a pension and they get the right gratuity. Every GAE worker in this country should thank this Labour administration. If you are a GAE worker, this administration has put things in place for you to get your gratuity and your pension. And so when they say that nothing was done for you, tell them no, hold up, this was done for us. Madam Speaker, as we advance our vision of innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability, our administration remains steadfast in its commitment to prudent financial stewardship. Maintaining the country's debt at sustainable levels has been and will continue to be a priority as we chart a prosperous and resilient path forward. However, in pursuing our sustainable island state agenda, we recognize that carefully considered financial arrangements will be essential to unlocking sustainable and inclusive economic growth, Madam Speaker. Let me assure this Honourable House that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that any financial arrangements entered into will be done with the utmost caution, ensuring minimal risks and securing the most favourable terms. Our commitment is to keep debt servicing payments manageable while strategically investing in the transformative development of our nation. At the end of December 2024, the total public debt is projected at 1.5 billion, which represents a reduction of 57.1 million, or 3.6% as compared to 2023. So the debt has come down, Madam Speaker. I would say, in a great sense, and I want to reiterate it, Madam Speaker, that sometimes you have to incur debt in order to bring about a greater good. But our debt has dropped. But at any point it is necessary to do it for greater good, we will do it. It is, for example, Madam Speaker, people take mortgages. That's a debt, but it's a responsible debt because you expect a return. The return is not going to be right away, but you expect the return over time. So you make a long-term investment incurring a debt. That is why we need financial education, because people need to understand how do you invest and when do you incur debt and what are the risks associated with it and how do you manage it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the decline was also as a result of the Nevis Island Administration debt, which fell by 25.8 million or 5.4%. The central government's debt, which fell by 18.8 million, or 3%, and the debt held by the public corporations in both St. Kitts and Nevis, which decreased by 12.4 million, or 2.5%. So across the Federation, we saw that the debt dropped, Madam Speaker. Very important, critically important, Madam Speaker. The medium-term outlook shows a continued reduction in the debt-to-GDP ratio. By the end of 2024, the debt ratio is forecast to decline from 55.9% in 2023 to 53.4% in 2024, remaining below the 60% benchmark that was set for the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union ahead of the targeted year of 2035. The OECS, or the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, has a target to decrease the debt below 60% by 2035. But presently, we are below 60%, and we are in 2024, going into 2025. So we are way ahead, Madam Speaker. Again, you never know what will happen, but we are going to take critical decisions to make sure we manage our public debt and manage it well. So I want to say that this is very positive, but we continue to work hard, Madam Speaker. All things being equal, the following years project a similar trend with a debt-to-GDP ratio estimate of 51.8% by 2025, 48.4% by 2026, and 44.4% by 2027, Madam Speaker. I know I speak a little bit fast sometimes, right? So, Madam Speaker, the trend is downwards, not only in St. Kitts, but also on Nevis as well. The anticipated downward trend in total public sector debt positions our government to seize emerging development opportunities in the years ahead, ensuring we can invest strategically in the sustainable progress of our nation. Very critical, Madam Speaker. For example, we had to take a loan for generators because people would understand that is a good debt to take on. We need electricity. $50 million for our desalination. We also had to take a facility to help that as well, Madam Speaker, because it's important that people have water. So we also had a facility for our new hospital. These are the very basic things. Our people must have these things. You don't take on debt for frivolous things. You take on debt for fundamental things and things that would transform your country and things that would offer the very best services for your people, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with respect to the performance of the economy, the Ministry of Sustainable Development is projecting a real GDP growth of 2.5% in 2025 and a 3.0% per annum over the medium term. The projected GDP growth is attributed mainly to the expected increase in economic activity in various sectors, including agriculture, as we discussed, construction, hotels and restaurants, transportation, storage and communication, and public administration. Against these backdrops, the medium-term fiscal framework, which spans the period 2025 to 2027, was developed by the Ministry of Finance to guide the preparation of the 2025 estimates. The framework establishes the government's fiscal strategy that would focus on improving the management of recurrent and capital expenditure, cost recovery for selected government services, and implementing tax policy reforms to ensure a more equitable and efficient tax system. The fiscal policy priorities will also target public investments, such as in renewable energy and water infrastructure, which are critical to achieving sustainable socio-economic development. Based on the framework, the government is expecting to raise revenue in line with projected GDP growth. The estimates therefore indicate that the government fiscal operations would result in an overall deficit of $28.5 million for 2025 and a surplus of $28.7 million for the medium term, Madam Speaker. Critically, because we are making the necessary investments, Madam Speaker. The current revenue is projected to be approximately 1.04 for 2025 and 1.05 over the medium term, and that's billion, Madam Speaker. The amount for the recurrent expenditure would likely reach $88.5 million for 2025 and an average of $89.24 million over the period 2026 to 2027. We are also projecting $209.7 million for capital expenditure and net lending in 2025, while over the medium term, outlays are anticipated to average in the region of $104.9 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we present the debate in this Honourable House, the 2025 estimates totaling $1.127 billion, with recurrent expenditure totaling $88.5 million. So I'm going to slow on these numbers. And capital expenditure totaling $209.4 million. Madam Speaker, therefore I will now present some highlights of the allocations being proposed for fiscal year 2025. The Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration continues to perform its role cognizant of its ever-increasing responsibility in ensuring citizen security, which is vital in transitioning to a sustainable island state. Therefore, in 2025, policies will be reviewed to improve efficiency, and revision of the Immigration and Citizenship Acts will be prioritized to ensure relevance. In support of the efforts of this ministry, a recurrent budget of $88.6 million has been proposed for 2025, an increase of 7.9% compared to 2024. Investment will continue to build critical security infrastructure and procure equipment and supplies totaling $10.1 million. Major initiatives that will be supported include the Safety and Security Improvement Program, the refurbishment of police stations, the closed-circuit television surveillance and traffic management system, the relocation of the traffic department, the purchase of vehicles and equipment for fire services, the demolition of the existing fire and rescue services facility and the disaster resilience improvement project. Madam Speaker, it's critically important what we are going to do for fire and rescue. The building has been deemed to be a building that no longer should be used, and so it's going to be demolished, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are proposing that the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs receive an allocation of 41.7 million for its recurrent expenditure, representing a 1.2% increase when compared to 2024. A total of 2.0 million is proposed in support of capital projects, which include the upgrade of community centers, construction of the new administrative building for social development and gender affairs, and the New Horizons upgrade and enhance projects, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to achieve the stated objectives for the agriculture sector, a total of 19.4 million is proposed for the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources and Fisheries to facilitate recurrent expenditure, a 4.8% increase when compared to 2024. Capital expenditure totaling 14.9 million is proposed, representing a 58.7% increase when compared to resources allocated in 2024. The investment will continue to facilitate the upgrade of small farmers' machinery pool and agricultural mechanization, Madam Speaker. The Barefoot's Livestock Center of Excellence, the Agricultural Support Project, the Greenhouse Villages, the storage facility, the purchase of equipment for veterinary laboratory, cannabis research and development, the rehabilitation of Old Road and Gateway fisheries complexes, and the improvement of fisheries management project, as well as the pest control program. Efforts to foster collaboration with private sector partners will be pursued. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation, and International Transport will prioritize sustainable practices across all tourism operations, focusing on conservation, renewable energy, and responsible tourism development. Cognizant that diversification within the sector is critical to its appeal, in 2025, our government will properly establish the Eco Park as a unit under the remit of the Ministry of Tourism. This will allow for renewal in its operations and maintenance of its environment for the benefit of citizens, residents, and visitors. Recurrent expenditure totaling 53.3 million is proposed for 2025, a 92.7% increase when compared to 2024. To complement the identified strategic action, a total of 10.2 million has been proposed for capital investment. Major initiatives, such as the coastal erosion mitigation and South Frigate Bay beach enhancement, will continue to provide improved beach and social amenities. Work is expected to commence on the refurbishment of the Pelican Mall Phase 2 at the Kansas Food Village project in 2025. Madam Speaker, next is the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, and Domestic Transport. A total of 25.6 million is proposed on the recurrent expenditure, representing an increase of 6% when compared to 2024. These resources will be used to facilitate the recruitment and critical technical personnel to further strengthen the capacity of the ministry. In 2025, a significant investment will continue to improve access to resilient public infrastructure and utilities. To this end, a total of 79.1 million is proposed for capital expenditure, representing an increase of 28.2% when compared to 2024. These resources will support the implementation of high-impact projects such as construction of the coastal area revetment, as efforts will commence to stabilize the Fort Lands cliffside. The road improvement project which continues to facilitate access to new communities. Slope stabilization, well drilling and extension of water lines, the constructions of reservoirs, and the construction of the Bastille desalination plant. Resources will also be budgeted to produce additional heavy equipment for Public Works Department, with particular attention given to the upgrade of the equipment at the quarry. Madam Speaker, it is proposed that in 2025 the Ministry of Education will be allocated with current expenditure totaling 107.5 million. 107.5 million.
Thank you.
An increase of 10.5% when compared to 2024. In reference to capital expenditure, it is proposed that the Ministry of Education be allocated 12.9 million, an increase of 21.9% when compared to 2024. These resources will support the continued efforts to ensure that our schools are safe, secure, and conducive to learning. Major initiatives that will be pursued in 2025 include the upgrade of school bathrooms, reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, the construction of the new Bastia High School, the secondary school electrical upgrade, Phase 1, the Washington Archibald High School bathroom, roof and window renovation and advanced renovation, and the Advanced Vocational Education Center enhancement projects. The ministry will also continue efforts to enhance the information technology connectivity in schools through the Enhanced Education Network project and undertake the purchase of additional furniture for the various schools and a school bus to ensure the safe transport of our children to and from school. Wow. Education is the center. Wow. Madam Speaker, thank you. The Ministry of Health is cognizant that it must remain agile and strategic as it charts the course forward to modernize the health sector. The provision of quality secondary health care requires that critical specialists and other medical personnel continue to be recruited to provide the services required. In support of these efforts, recurrent expenditure totaling 86.8 million is proposed for the upcoming year, reflecting a 9.5% increase when compared to the 2024 estimates. A total of 17.6 million has been proposed for the 2025 fiscal year to continue capital investment in a number of projects, including the construction of the St. Peter's Health Center, the health sector improvement, purchase of medical equipment, and the construction of the new Smart Hospital project. Madam Speaker, we continue. Good. Fiscal measures and other strategic interventions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the experiences of the past year have made it abundantly clear that reforming our citizenship by investment program was not only necessary, but the right and timely decision, Madam Speaker. It was the right and timely decision. Madam Speaker, as we have seen elsewhere, failure to address the vulnerabilities in such programs can have dire consequences, and we were heading down that road. The last administration was pulling us down that road. Other small island nations with similar citizenship programs have faced the devastating loss of visa-free access to certain regions due to lax oversight and mismanagement. We are making sure we do all that we have to do, Madam Speaker. As our government took decisive action to reform our CBI program, ensuring its compliance with international standards, safeguarding St. Kitts and Nevis's reputation, and protecting the precious benefits of our visa-free travel for our people. Madam Speaker, significantly, the CBI program in 2024 had a very high ranking. As a result, and those who rank us point to all of the positive changes that we made. We must admit, however, these changes would have affected our business, which I have not and will not hide from our people. But they were the right decisions, Madam Speaker. Those reforms also highlighted the need to diversify our economy, Madam Speaker, which had become overly reliant on a single industry, the CBI industry. Madam Speaker, we remain resolute in our efforts to calibrate our fiscal strategy, prioritizing sustainable revenue generation and prudent expenditure control to secure long-term economic stability. Diversification is not just an aspiration, it is a necessity to build resilience and reduce vulnerability to external shocks, Madam Speaker. To this end, Madam Speaker, we will implement a robust strategy to enhance tax compliance and ensure that the government collects the revenues required to support the programs and projects outlined in the 2025 estimates. The National Audit Office confirmed that at the end of 2023, total arrears amounted to 160.9 million, Madam Speaker. Arrears, $160.9 million, Madam Speaker, with approximately 131.8 million due for collection by the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Departments. Madam Speaker, that is a significant amount of money. And therefore, we have to encourage and make sure that those who have to pay taxes pay their taxes, Madam Speaker. It's critically important. So addressing this issue will involve a mix of administrative reforms and efficiency measures designed to close loopholes, curb tax evasion, and establish a culture of accountability. Through these measures, we will strengthen our revenue base while staying true to our vision of innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me say that we have introduced technology at the Inland Revenue Department where it's now easier to pay your taxes. And a matter of fact, you'll get notifications as well. We have upgraded our system there to facilitate the collection of our taxes, but apart from that, to facilitate the ease of doing business as well, Madam Speaker. And so we are now paying your taxes in full online. You can get your driver's license online. And we intend in the new year to extend those online services to other areas of government. I can tell you that. And so that new innovation is making a significant impact, positive impact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government agrees with the Director of Audit that greater effort is needed to collect the substantial arrears in revenue. It is just too much. Our attempts to support this revenue collection drive will be supported by the reinstatement of a functioning income tax appeals commission and a property tax valuation review board. This will add support to the work of the Inland Revenue Department and sharpen the mechanisms to ensure that taxpayers are informed of their rights, obligations, and the various appeal procedures and penalties for non-compliance with the relevant tax legislation. The expected outcomes of the reactivating these two boards are that taxpayers across St. Kitts and Nevis will have access to all levels of tax appeals specified in the law, more timely resolution of income tax and property tax disputes, increased compliance with the requirements to pay income tax and house and land tax, Madam Speaker. It is hoped that this will help to build the confidence of taxpayers and the general public in the tax system and encourage taxpayers to honor their legal obligations to pay their taxes when they become due, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Labour administration believes that there is scope for creating a tax system that is based on equity and efficiency. This will feature prominently in the tax reform initiatives that will be pursued over the medium term, starting in 2025. Special attention will be placed on the administration and collection of taxes by revenue agencies in order to improve effectiveness and overall performance. Our initial assessment also suggests that it would be beneficial for our tax authorities to adopt more efficient and modern institutional arrangements in their operations. For example, our research has revealed that in order to maintain a fair tax system, amendments would be required to the VAT Act to modernize it and ensure equitable contribution across all sectors, including the rapidly growing digital economy. Further information on this and other aspects of the comprehensive tax reform program will be forthcoming as part of our consultation with economic partners and the general public in 2025. Madam Speaker, reports from our revenue collection agencies such as Inland Revenue Department indicate that we have achieved record tax collections across various tax groups, even as we work to address the arrears previously mentioned. This success has been bolstered by the launch of the Inland Revenue Department's new and modernized tax administration system, SMARTS, which is now live and providing simplified, efficient services to taxpayers. With online tax filing and payment from the comfort of your home, from anywhere in the world, Madam Speaker, you can pay your taxes. Real-time updates on tax transactions, enhanced security and data privacy, and easy access to tax reforms and documents. Madam Speaker, SMARTS is revolutionizing the way our citizens interact with the tax system. Likewise, the Customs and Excise Department is working diligently to streamline and digitize its services, further enhancing efficiency and ease of use for the public. Madam Speaker, this is why we have to get technology, because without increasing taxes, we were able to increase collection. That is why we think that IT transformation is critically important as well, even as we see. Madam Speaker, as Minister for National Security, I want to emphasize the government's commitment to also strengthen border security with the implementation of an electronic travel authorization ETA system in fiscal year 2025. Madam Speaker, so as we strive to secure our borders and facilitate safe, seamless travel, it is imperative that we embrace modern solutions that align with global best practices. An electronic travel authorization system is a digital tool that allows travelers to seek authorizations to enter a country through designated ports before their arrival. This initiative is expected to boost the local economy, which thrives on tourism activities by facilitating ease of travel to St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. This is what I'm talking about when you can just come off the plane, we have all the information, you just walk and all the information is collected. This is going to help to add to our revenues here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rapidly changing global landscape requires us to adapt and innovate to ensure that our borders remain both secure and accessible. The implementation of an ETA system in St. Kitts and Nevis will no doubt provide a modern and efficient solution to achieve this important balance of security and accessibility. With this system, we can create borders that are secure yet welcoming and protective but open to global opportunities. Technology again, Madam Speaker. That's why I say we get transformed in this country. And we want to come first, Madam Speaker. First. So, Madam Speaker, we therefore look forward to the full operationalization of the ETA system at our ports of entry in 2025. Madam Speaker, Social Security, a fundamental pillar of economic security and social stability for our people. It provides supports during times of need and ensures dignity in retirement. However, population aging and increasing longevity is placing financial pressure on social security systems globally. The Social Security Board has been making strides in diversifying its revenue streams as its portfolio includes short-term bank deposits, government T-bills and bonds, equities, and real estate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the last 40 years or so, no change has been made to Social Security. No change has been made to Social Security. As a result of that, Social Security has reached the point where there needs to be now some reform. Before that came into being, I asked Social Security to go all around the country and have consultations with the people. Madam Speaker, these are critical decisions to be made. We cannot kick the can down the road anymore. The decisions to save Social Security must be made, Madam Speaker. Tough decisions, but critically important decisions. And that is why it is important to have the consultations before anything would be discussed. So they have discussed a number of things with the people. And what I'm about to mention is what they have discussed with the people. And discussions will, of course, continue with Social Security. Social Security has presented to the Cabinet as well. So, Madam Speaker, the Social Security Board is seeking to embark on to reform the system, a comprehensive reform system. At this stage, the board has presented a set of recommendations for reform, which are still under consideration and have not yet been finalized. And these recommendations that are coming from the board after much study with, of course, the actuary and the analysis by the Social Security Board, they have gone around the country to discuss a number of things. These are the things that they have discussed in order to keep Social Security solvent. 1, increasing pensionable age to 65. 2, increasing the number of contributions to qualify for age pension from 500 to 750 contributions. 3, method of calculation uses a contributor's best 7 years, Madam Speaker, in the last 15. Maximum pension, Madam Speaker, of $3,900, which would be in line with that of other regional states. Maternity benefit consideration to increase to 14 weeks, Madam Speaker. How many weeks is it there now? Right, 14 weeks in line with recommendations from the International Labour Organization. Madam Speaker, again, that those who avoid to pay contribution cannot expect a pension because they take out, but they have not contributed. And, Madam Speaker, to introduce an unemployment benefit. We want to increase that, Madam Speaker, and the next thing is to look at also, should be here, the paternity leave. So it means, therefore, if you are actively looking for work and you're out of work, you can apply for unemployment benefit, Madam Speaker. You don't have to go on the breadline if you're out of work, if you are actively looking for work and you are contributing to Social Security. That is why I encourage everybody to contribute to Social Security. It is one of the best investments you can make in your whole life, Madam Speaker. But you can't expect to take and not give. It doesn't work. It's a principle of life. There's a song that says, if you give more than you take, there's a space up there for you. The concept of giving is important to maintain Social Security, and it's your money. You're guaranteed that if you get sick, you get pregnant, disability, you retire, you are guaranteed that support, Madam Speaker. And therefore, because nothing had been done over all those years, we are now reached the point where if we don't do anything, we can end up in trouble. That is why you see how passionate I am when Development Bank could not pay back Social Security. 6 months, they went without paying a cent, threatening Social Security, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we have to continue this conversation with our people because, again, the truth has to be brought forward, that if nothing is done, but you don't want to do things in a draconian manner either, but you do things to make sure that Social Security continues to be strong. The unemployment benefit and to have extended maternity leave so that mothers can remain with their children longer is excellent. Madam Speaker, I want to speak about job opportunities that would be available for our people because jobs are being asked about. In a small island developing state like ours, creating jobs is not just about economic growth. It is about strengthening stability. It's about strengthening stability, reducing poverty, and building resilience against external shocks. A job brings pride, a purpose, critically important. This government has worked diligently to foster an environment where job creation thrives, ensuring opportunities for our people across multiple sectors. As of June 2024, the monthly average number of jobs in St. Kitts and Nevis reached 26,559, reflecting a 0.6% increase compared to the same period of the previous. and making the highest number of jobs recorded since before the pandemic, a clear testament to our dedication to empowering the workforce. In 2025, the job market is set to expand even further with opportunities in agriculture, including the launch of the Tabasco Hot Pepper Project, where we want to do 100 acres at 30 acres per 10 acres. So if you have 30 per 10 times 10, that's 300 workers for 100 acres. Correct, mathematician?
Sorry, I wasn't counting.
You wasn't counting?
No, just
all right. 30 per 10 to 300 per 100, correct?
Say it again?
30 per 10 to 300 per 100.
Per 10?
Yeah, so 300 per 100.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, the mathematician says on. Right? Also, we'll have jobs in construction with major projects such as the Bastia High School, hundreds of workers, the new JNF General Hospital, hundreds of workers, the smart homes, scores of workers, the hotel developments like Ritz-Carlton, hundreds of workers, Madam Speaker. And we need to also discuss the Performing Arts Center, which is a major development as well. The desalination plant, when it will hire much more people as it gets going, Madam Speaker. Roads. So you'll have construction jobs all around St. Kitts and Nevis, and that is why I'm happy that that young man from the Elevate program went to get himself certified at AVEC so that he can show up at his new job to say, look, I'm a certified worker, and I'm here to seek a job. That is what we have to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, additionally, over 1 million cruise tourists expected, an increase yearly from regional and international markets, tourism sector jobs will continue to grow. Madam Speaker, for example, the folks at Marriott's and Park Hyatt and so forth telling me they had to hire more people, they want more workers. They said to me, can we have more work permits? I said, no. Do job fairs and ask our people to come to work. They said to me, Prime Minister, we are having issues in getting people to come to work. I said, do the job fair, do other things to get people to come, Madam Speaker. So I'm encouraging our people to take up these jobs. People are coming from overseas seeking to do these jobs. Take up the jobs, our people. Take up the jobs. You have priority. That's why we are doing all of this, so you can have jobs. And therefore, I'm encouraging our people to take up these jobs, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, our cybersecurity certification program, which initially will start with 100 nationals, and we intend to cater up to a few hundred nationals. Take up the jobs, our people. Take them up. So when we put out the ad to apply, take them up. Please, these opportunities are for you. It's to equip 100 nationals with critical digital skills, expanding to 200 participants. So we're going from 100, then the next one we want to do 200. And these are good paying jobs. Certifying our young people, we're starting with 100 first to pilot the program. But quickly we want to get into the realm of 200 and 300, get our people certified, and we're ready for the job market outside of St. Kitts, but you can work from the comfort of your home. And that is why we're saying to our people, take up the jobs. For example, you know, when we put out ads for nursing, you know how much foreigners are applying for nursing jobs in St. Kitts and Nevis? Because our people were not going to nursing, because they did not have maths and science, some of them. So I started a pre-nursing course in college, maths and science base, along with other things. The class full out in quick order. And so once they pass, they go into the full nursing, and they come and take up the jobs. I'm not saying we can't have foreigners, but we have a lot of good nursing jobs at the hospital. They're high paying. Why our people are not taking up those jobs? So I'm saying to our people, take up the jobs, get trained, get certified, take up the jobs. Madam Speaker, the Labour Administration is committed to ensuring that our people not only find work, but thrive in sustainable, high-quality jobs and contribute to growth and prosperity of our federation. Madam Speaker, we are starting the small business facility at the National Bank. So small business will have more access to capital. so that they can expand. That too will create jobs. Madam Speaker, I want to say the government is acutely aware of rising costs of living and significant challenges it presents to our people. That is why, throughout 2024 and even earlier, we have implemented and continue to deliver a comprehensive suite of measures to ease the financial burdens and ensure more in your pocket, or people's pocket, especially for essential goods and services. These measures include Independence 40 reset for housing, water, and electricity areas, the unprecedented payment of 2 CBI dividends to our people. Yeah. And take my time on these ones. Let's go back. Independence 40 reset for housing, Madam Speaker. These help people with their water bill, their housing bill, the electricity arrears. Nowhere else in the Caribbean did this. Madam Speaker, the unprecedented payment of 2 CBI dividends to our people. The first time in history of St. Kitts and Nevis, period. Madam Speaker, no other place in the Caribbean did this, Madam Speaker. Each one of these is a revolutionary program to help our people. An 8% salary increase for civil servants and pensioners. Madam Speaker, the historic implementation of pensions for government auxiliary employees for the very first time. Additionally, we delivered a 39% increase in the national minimum wage, Madam Speaker. A 37% increase in pension payments. A 16% increase in the minimum age pension at Social Security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you look at this suite of things that we have done for our people to ease the challenges, to ease the squeeze, this is second to none. But of course, we are fully aware that the international inflation crisis is affecting our people. And we continue to work to help. But with all this, how can people out there say that nothing being done for ordinary people? I mean, look at that. All of this done for our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've also provided significant subsidies to cushion the cost of essential utilities, such as the fuel variation charge for residential customers, liquefied petroleum gas, or the cooking gas, Madam Speaker, and the fuel excise tax, so that when you go to the pump, it would have been cheaper. These initiatives reflect a government that cares deeply for its people, Madam Speaker. This is tremendous support, protecting our people from the, as I call it, the hurricane of inflation. There's a hurricane out there, Madam Speaker. And we are building a shelter around our people. And as I said before, some wind might get in here, some water might get in there, but we'll continue to battle to protect our people from this hurricane, Madam Speaker. This is why we say we are powering progress. Madam Speaker, that's an impressive list. It is second to none, Madam Speaker. It is the best comprehensive list in the Caribbean. In 2 years, all together as a package to ease the squeeze from all different perspectives, Madam Speaker. In 2 years, we did this for our people. That is why I could sleep at nights, Madam Speaker, because this is tremendous amount of support for our people. And we continue to look for ways to continue to help our people. These initiatives that just mentioned reflect a government that cares, Madam Speaker, a government that is working tirelessly every day to reduce the cost of living. Madam Speaker, we are aware the cost of living is going up because of inflation. And that is why I asked the CABSEC to start and to head the task force and bring people together to deal with the cost of living. Madam Speaker, despite external challenges like global conflicts and economic pressures beyond our control, we continue to fight against the hurricane of international inflation. Madam Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that no citizen is left behind as we navigate these turbulent times together. In this regard, Madam Speaker, as I've said, the Cost of Living Task Force was established in 2023 to analyze the situation and provide evidence-based strategies that could further reduce the cost of living for our citizens and residents and seek to more proactively manage external shocks that could negatively impact the affordability of imported goods and services. Madam Speaker, this Labour administration has honoured its campaign pledge to increase the national minimum wage, Madam Speaker. And we have done so in the first instance and moving to do so next year, Madam Speaker, to the highest, of course, in the whole region, Madam Speaker. We are seeking to get to the $500 per week, scheduled for July 1, 2025. Madam Speaker, we continue to help our people. And so when you hear people say that the ordinary people is not being helped, I wonder which country are they talking about? Which country are those people talking about? I'm sure when people hear these things today, they are shocked because they can't believe how we are looking after our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. There's a hurricane out there, and we continue to give support and form a shield around our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, alongside these wage adjustments, we are taking additional steps to ensure a balanced and equitable labour environment. These include the establishment of a National Productivity Council to implement a productivity matrix and the commencement of a comprehensive review of the Labour Code, labour laws and related legislation to promote the empowerment, protection and rights of workers. At the same time, we recognize the challenges faced by micro and small businesses, particularly in managing increased costs associated with higher wages. To support their sustainability, we will prioritize these businesses as primary beneficiaries of other government support, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to make a significant announcement at this time. A significant announcement at this time. Madam Speaker, our government is serious about enhancing affordability and building economic resilience for our people, ensuring more in your pocket as we advance our sustainable island state vision. Madam Speaker, inflation is an all-year-round matter. And so we have to bring measures that will help people for a good while within a year, Madam Speaker. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I am therefore pleased to announce that the Building Reset Program will extend for one more year up to December 2025. This program effectively expanded the first-time home owners program to include duty-free concessions and reduce VAT rate of 13% on building materials for new construction and renovation of existing homes up to a value of $500,000. I urge all first-time home owners to utilize this program as far as possible to ensure the achievement of your own home. Madam Speaker, I will speak of another policy to be introduced. Madam Speaker, this will be extended, and I will say our government is dedicated to easing the financial burden on our people. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce a significant measure to provide immediate relief. For the first 6 months of 2025, we will reduce the value-added tax from 17% to 13%, Madam Speaker. This VAT relief holiday will ensure more in your pocket, empowering families to better manage their expenses while maintaining their quality of life. To safeguard these savings, our recently passed Consumer Protection Act and other relevant laws will allow for strict monitoring of businesses to prevent price gouging or unfair practices. This government remains purposeful and unyielding in our commitment to fairness, affordability, and protecting the interests of all citizens. Madam Speaker, we are bringing a VAT relief holiday because after December you have January, you have February, you have March. And my grandmother used to tell me January was the hardest month. And if we are looking out for our people, Madam Speaker, we have to put something in place to help them over a longer period of time as inflation continues to come down and as jobs are being created. During that time, we want to give our people relief. And therefore, I announce again, Madam Speaker, that we are going to reduce VAT from 17% to 13% as a tax holiday for the first 6 months of the year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we want to offer some more help to our people. The reason why we are thinking this way, Madam Speaker, is that people have to deal with inflation on a daily basis. They're not dealing with the inflation on just a one-time thing, Madam Speaker, because people will still have the issues, as I said, going into the months in the year. And we will have to determine how is best we apply our resources to help more of our people for a longer period of time. Madam Speaker, there are policies which exclude other people. We don't have unlimited amount of resources, but all of our people are feeling the crunch. And what can we do to at least alleviate the pressures across the board, Madam Speaker? And reducing the VAT from 17 to 13% would result in benefits to all of our people, because all of our people consume. Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to the businesses that we ain't going to accept you keep the price unnecessarily because of this holiday. I'm asking businesses to pass this on to consumers. And I think consumers need to become vigilant as well. What the consumers could do, put your prices online. Let people see what is happening with the prices. We have to monitor as well, because this can benefit businesses as well, benefit consumers, benefit all of us, but all of us must be fair in this. And I must admit, vast majority of businesses are honest people. So I don't want it to be said that they're not. I'm just encouraging all of us to be fair and make sure that the benefits are passed on to the people. It will be very sad that these benefits are not passed on to the people. And so we're going to be vigilant. I myself going to start to go shop. And I want to see when the price on a sardine, because I like sardine. I like sardine and rice. Surprise?
No.
Madam Speaker, I need to know, I need to see. I'm going to visit to see if, I want to see the prices on general things drop. Because this can cause a drop in cost of doing business, which you can pass on to other things, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying, let us work together to make sure that our people can benefit as well. We know that inflation is at the point where the prices are being stabilized. And this we will monitor and will continue to evaluate and see what can be done for our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government also wants to help across the board. And I want to announce the launch of what we call the Budget Boost Wallet, Madam Speaker. The Budget Boost Wallet. Right. BBW. BBW. The BBW. BBW, Madam Speaker. BBW. Budget Boost. Boost Wallet. Madam Speaker, this initiative will provide direct financial relief to eligible individuals. And in the first 6 months, we want to also apply this, because based on our research, we realize that inflation is coming down and will stabilize. And so in the first 6 months, we want to give back something to our people, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I would say this initiative will provide direct that can work too. This program, this initiative will provide direct financial relief to eligible individuals owning $5,000 or less per month by offering per month $250 per month for the first 6 months of 2025. So, Madam Speaker, we have the technology, and this will be uploaded into your wallet. If 3 people live in your household, you will get an extra $750 that month to buy groceries and essential things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had, and you know, I have the Care Foundation. During the pandemic, we were delivering food and essentials for our people. While we were delivering the food and essentials, it was whispered in my ear, Madam Speaker, and I'm a medical doctor. They said, do not forget the pads. I mean, there I was providing food and essential things. I never thought of that. I went in the supermarket to see the cost of sanitary napkins. I'm talking real here. Very expensive. And so what I did, I got a brown paper bag with the deliveries. We bought the sanitary napkins, put them in there, and wrapped them very neatly. And so when you deliver the food packages, you just slip the brown bag. Those things, Madam Speaker, are essential as well. And we need to look at them. Critically important. And that is why we are saying that we are going to bring relief to the people for the first 6 months, Madam Speaker. Because in January, the food price is still up. In February, the food price is still up. In March, it's still up. Our projection is maybe after the first few months, you'll see it stabilize and probably start to come down. And then the economy has much more activity, Madam Speaker. But we want to extend the help that we are extending for a period, Madam Speaker, to give people ease at least for a period. And to make it broad-based enough, Madam Speaker, because we don't have unlimited resources. Madam Speaker, what are people going to do in February if we don't apply something? So the government has to ask itself a fundamental question. How much people do we want to help? How broad-based should it be? Is everyone feeling the squeeze? Of the hurricane of international inflation? Everyone is feeling the squeeze, Madam Speaker. It's challenging. It's difficult. And that is why we want to limit it to very basic things. If we are going to incur a debt, incur it for the right reason. Incur it so that people can eat properly. If you are going to incur a deficit, incur it for the right reason. Don't be irresponsible with it. And we want to make it broad-based and be on 1 month. Because January is a hard month, you know, Madam Speaker. That's what my grandmother used to tell me. January hard. I tell my Jamaican tell me hard like donkey jabon, I don't know about it. Yeah, hear you. Because they say you spend off everything in December, come January, come February, come March, come April. And since we don't have unlimited resources, how can we help the people over a longer period of time? And so, Madam Speaker, that is why we are going to introduce Budget Boost Wallet, which equates to these qualified persons of $1,500 per person over that time. $1,500 per person over that time. The vast majority of people. Because we recognize that even some people who we consider middle class were feeling the pinch as well. They were feeling the pinch as well. And I'm saying to businesses again, please pass any savings on to the people. You're going to see increased buy-in, so pass some more savings on. Drop your unit price. If you used to sell 1 cornflakes, you're going to sell 3. So instead of selling the cornflakes, how much for a cornflakes? $23? Well, what you don't say, boy, if you buy 1 it's 3, but now more people could buy. Let me drop down the price of the cornflakes. And decrease the margin, but I'm going to increase my profit because I'm going to be selling more. I'm asking the businesses to participate. I'm going to ask for a meeting with the major people. I need a meeting early. So I'm going to ask the CAPSEC and the director of my office to quickly call a meeting. Because we have to work on this together. Man, drop your price if you're going to get more sale. If you're going to give everybody $250 over this time, that's millions of dollars going to come to your store because they ain't going overseas to buy. Then drop your price now, man.
33 million.
33 million, then drop your price now, man. Decrease your markup. Sell more. Let everybody benefit. You smile, the people smile, all of us smile. I'm asking the businesses, join us. Partner with us, all of us feeling the hurricane of international inflation. Let us work together and deal with it together as a people. You make more, the people get more, and everybody happier. Budget Boost Wallet. And VAT Buster Relief. They go together, right? All for the people. Yes, you love that one. VAT Buster Relief from 17 to 13%. And because we are going to increase sales in your supermarket, drop your prices. Let's partner together. So I'm going to meet with the traders and see how we can partner together to make sure that this is done. Madam Speaker, so if you can see what we have spoken about here today. So as a caring government, we believe it is only right to give back to you, the people, to help ease the burden of rising living costs and put more money in your pocket. That said, Madam Speaker, I must also implore our citizens to adopt prudent financial practices wherever possible. This includes budgeting wisely, saving diligently, investing strategically when opportunities arise, and making informed choices from the supermarket shelves or wherever you have to shop from. So, Madam Speaker, while our government is committed to supporting our people during these challenging times, we cannot do it alone, Madam Speaker. We need the people, we need the businesses, the government. We have to sit and work together to come up with a solution. Because if you have a business in St. Kitts and you're doing so well and people are around your ball, how can you feel comfortable? Aren't you looking for opportunities to see how you could ease the balling of the people as well? So together, we must adjust and adapt to the realities of the hurricane of global inflation and the high cost of living. And that is why we have to build resilience as a nation, Madam Speaker. That is why we are bringing renewable energy. So no matter where the war be, we're going to just keep our energy price. Let me say it properly. That no matter where war might be in the world, we would not have to adjust our energy prices upward as a result. Critically important. That's why we want our renewable energy. that no matter where war is in this world, we can drink fresh water. No matter where war is in this world, we can go to a good healthcare facility. Modern hospital, everybody going to benefit from that. No matter where war is geopolitical, we can provide food for our people. That is what you call a sustainable island state, Madam Speaker. Having energy, water, food, education, security, harmony, working together as a people. That is what we mean when we say a sustainable island state. Government and people and business working together to create the best scenario for all of us to exist at the highest socio-economic level possible. That is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker. That is why we have to strengthen our social security. Our banks never to risk them with irresponsible policies. That is why if we incur debt, let's incur it to help the people, Madam Speaker. And not for frivolous reasons. And that's why we are making this investment. Not no one-time investment, but let this be over time. That is our plan, Madam Speaker. Sustainability, inclusivity, and innovation. Those three things in those three programs. Innovation, you have a wallet. VAT buster, innovation. Inclusivity, much more people included. If you make more than $5,000, you're still going to benefit because the VAT rate come down nationally. And sustainability, when we say that, you do it over a period of time. And that is what we are looking for. So, Madam Speaker, at this juncture, as I conclude, a number of essential questions come to mind which we must contemplate as stakeholders in the development of our federation. In a world of increasing uncertainty and exogenous challenges, we must continually seek to expand and diversify our economy and reduce our reliance on any one industry. Never again, Madam Speaker. This is an important tenet of our sustainable island state agenda, which identifies sustainable industry as one of its strategic pillars. We must continue to collaborate with all stakeholders to explore opportunities that will allow us to diversify our economy by increasing the production of goods for export and expanding the services sector. Madam Speaker, I want every citizen and resident to therefore wholeheartedly embrace our sustainable island state agenda. We must individually and collectively seek to discover the specific actions that would enable us to actively contribute to the achievement of our goals in the shortest time possible. Madam Speaker, we don't have time. We have to act and act now. The urgency of now is what is required, Madam Speaker. The current trends in government expenditure also present a good opportunity to build consensus on the appropriate size of the government and its expenditure patterns. It is time for us to have a serious conversation about sustainable financing for government operations, the magnitude of the wage bill, public assistance, and extent of government subsidies. Another important issue for us to contemplate as we plan for the fiscal year is what will it take for St. Kitts and Nevis to not only achieve the growth numbers that have been estimated by the Ministry of Sustainable Development, but also how do we double that growth, which I think we can. We must set our sights higher and reach for the stars. How can we work together to raise the bar and at least double the 3% projected growth rate to 6% over the medium term? Furthermore, it is acknowledged that the public sector continues to play a significant role in contributing to growth in the domestic economy. The Statistics Department confirms that public administration directly contributes approximately 10% to GDP annually. This suggests that there is room to promote private sector development so that private enterprise can contribute more and is firmly established as the primary engine of growth in the economy. Madam Speaker, our Labour administration believes that small and medium-sized enterprises are key to the expansion that we seek in the private sector. In addition to the work currently being undertaken by the Ministry of Small Business and Entrepreneurship, the St. Kitts Nevis National Bank St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank recently launched its Banking and Small Businesses program designed to provide concessionary, tailor-made business flex loans to entrepreneurs. Therefore, I must commend the bank for this important contribution. This type of investment aligns with our transformation plan, to encourage a greater share of private sector involvement in the economy, Madam Speaker. I also commend the St. Kitts Nevis National Bank, Anguilla National Bank, for partnering with the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation to foster an important avenue for improving business access to financing. Through this partnership, businesses can qualify for up to 80% guarantee to secure financing. There are 3 guarantees available. 1, classic guarantee, maximum loan amount, $300,000. Working capital guarantee, maximum loan amount, $200,000. And startup guarantee, maximum loan amount, $100,000. These will make resources available for our people who are the entrepreneurs. I therefore encourage our financial institutions to partner with the ECPCGC and at the same time challenge all SMEs to investigate and capitalize on this initiative to transform their businesses and by extension, the economy. Madam Speaker, this is why we say we can produce more jobs. This resource will create more small businesses and strengthen businesses as well. Madam Speaker, in our short existence as an independent nation, we have developed meaningful and proven systems that have served us well. These would include the CBI program, our universal education system, and our social security system. Looking ahead, it will be important for us to continue to adopt sustainable public financial management policies and practices that would promote innovation and inclusive growth without eroding the tax base. Madam Speaker, I would be one of the first to admit that reshaping an economy is no easy task, Madam Speaker. It's hard work. I could tell you that it's hard. But the future of our country will depend heavily on our ability to successfully implement our sustainable island state agenda. I said to you, our people, our dependence on CBI cannot sustain us over the long term. We need to diversify and diversify now, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I believe that this is within our reach. So let us go for it together. Madam Speaker, they say if you want to go fast, go alone. How does it go?
If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Good. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That principle must be applied, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please allow me, therefore, as I wrap up this one, to extend heartfelt thanks to the many men and women who dedicate their service to the building of this nation. And that is why on the 40th anniversary, we gave everybody $1,000 to say thanks. Madam Speaker, special thanks to the staff of the Ministry of Finance for their hard work. Madam Speaker, they work hard, all sorts of hours, and commitment to ensuring that we can consistently present a credible budget within the time frame set by our Constitution. Today, I have provided, Madam Speaker, to this Honourable House and to our people, the highlights of the economic affairs in the country and the plans, programs, and projects that we have carefully determined to pursue in order to move us forward to the attainment of our development goals. My parliamentary colleagues on this side, government side of the House, will provide much more details, Madam Speaker, for the 2025 and beyond. And therefore, I will invite you, our people, to stay tuned for the full debate over the next few days. Madam Speaker, just over 2 years ago, on August 13, 2022, I stood before this nation for the first time as your Prime Minister during the swearing ceremony of our cabinet. On that day, I gave you my personal guarantee that I would always be honest with you about the challenges we face and the opportunities we must pursue together. Madam Speaker, and to you, the good people of this beautiful federation, I stand here today to reaffirm that promise and to declare with confidence that the state of our economy is strong and growing stronger every day under the leadership of this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration. You entrusted me and this excellent team to lead this great federation, and together we have delivered even in these challenging times. And we will continue to deliver for every citizen, every community, and every generation. Whatever challenges may come, whether man-made or natural, we will face them as one people, together, proud and strong. Together, we will overcome every obstacle, build upon every success, and shape a future that is brighter, more inclusive, and more sustainable than ever before. Madam Speaker, our journey is far from over, and our best days are yet to come. Madam Speaker, we will continue to power progress, and therefore I finally say that I remain the humble servant of the people, and to thank the people for their support always. Thank you very much. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher. 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion to have the bill read for a first time and reserve my right to speak. Sorry,
Second
for a
time.
second time and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you to the mover and the seconder of the bill. The standing orders, particularly Standing Order 40, subsection 5, provides that the member speaking first on behalf of the opposition shall be entitled to speak for an equal period of time as the Minister of Finance. For the record, the Minister of Finance spoke for 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 26 seconds. 2 minutes more than, or 1.5 minutes more than last year. So I was anticipating a minute. Last year was 5, and 5 hours, 24, 20, 25, thereabout. It therefore follows that the opposition's first speaker will be afforded the same 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 26 seconds in response. I wish him the very best. May I have the motion for the adjournment, please?
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to adjourn the debate, and until tomorrow, 10 a.m. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Seconder, I recognize the Honourable Member, St. Christopher 3.
With your leave, I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon in the National Assembly chambers. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10.
Land of my birth, filled with beauty. I got to give thanks and praise. The world so wild and crazy. Still I am eager, use a peaceful place. And we're living by God.